Huzzah. Oh boy. Okay. So, let me start some music. I have to go with the classic, you know. It's his time. He needs his theme song. God, I love him so much.
I always forget that you commissioned music. That's so brilliant.
I love him. We'll see if he dies. So
Would be bad.
I'm assuming we need a little bit of a recap.
Okay.
Yeah, ease us into it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so last time we picked up after the party had emerged from the temple under the lake, retrieving this mythic instrument, supposedly connected to Gier, the god of word and song. And as the party was kind of resting for a moment, having just escaped a bone dragon, the storm that had been setting in for a while got tumultuous, one might say, including some shadows that decided to crash the party. Rorik sent a message over to the Gier temple, also finding out it was under attack and was no longer safe. So, realizing that his chest was hurting a lot and that his tattoo was lighting up for the first time in probably like 10 years, he got a little pissed and a little excited, and fucking Bigsby's handed you guys up the mountain to land at a amethyst altar, where you guys fought off some shadows while he did some super sick bard magic, before launching you guys into the stratosphere. During said launch, Dodie was granted yet another vision, slightly different than before. Before you guys basically crash-landed, but softly, in the rolling hills outside the Strand Fjords. You guys began traveling, listening to Rorik's message of finding the bell tower, paying the toll, asking for passage, yada yada yada. So you guys continued traveling through the hills in search of this bell tower that you were really hoping was a real bell tower and not a metaphorical bullshit sort of thing. You had to stop for the night, where a strange figure was noticed on one of the other hills, just smoking cigarette after cigarette, just chain smoking those motherfuckers, and just watching you guys. Gore chased after this figure and led to a Scooby-Doo style, like, hallway-type chase between the hills. He managed to catch him for a little bit, but the second he let go, motherfucker darted off and disappeared on some strange flash of black and red light. The next day, you all continued, finding some evidence of some strange drop points, it seemed, for lots of illegal-looking things. But you guys continued, and it wasn't until you were about to reach this big old hill with a bunch of fog on the top of it where you couldn't really see it that the earth just decided to break open and unearth a ginormous monstrosity out of everyone's nightmares, which continued to chase you up the hill to what you realized was the bell tower. Ringing the bell, finally, there was a lot of strange noises, and suddenly a ton of halflings, gnomes, and goblins showing up on various steampunk-style motorcycles, four-wheelers, dirt bikes, etc. You guys got the fuck out of there, re-meeting up with Jen, Dodie's friend from the capital, and getting launched off the side of a cliff into a river that led to a cave, that had some secret passageways back into the capital, which Jen let you through graciously, only making Gore and Erithar pay the mob's toll fee for doing so. So we left off with the party and Jen emerging on the opposite side of this passageway in the crown capital of Diremount, Zurham, looking up towards the sky as a familiar kind of crackling of energy is starting in the air. Kind of what happened right before the earth opened up and a thing from your nightmares emerged. So, we now pick back up with the party kind of getting their bearings, and Jen having just kind of pointed this out with her, very astute observation of, that's fucking new. So, I will say here in the capital city of Diremount, kind of getting us into this scene, under the shadow of the crown castle, the air feels heavy with dread and fear. The storm clouds are getting stronger, no longer raining but holding steady and dark above the skyline, still crackling and booming with this strange lightning. So I'm going to turn the wind on. It's cooler with the wind. There we go. So you stand here on the edge of a rarely used dead-end street, looking up towards the glitching air above the castle. There's a slight rumble in the earth as you kind of get your bearings and stand up from this strange passageway that you just emerged from. You can feel the tenseness of the city. You don't see many people out, and you're assuming that that's probably based on the fact that nobody wants to be out in whatever this is, with whatever air of suspense is taking place here. But the three of you, and Jen, stand here, alone for once again. What are you guys doing?
Russell?
Yes. Miss Jen, do you know if there's a more discreet way we could get into the castle?
Well, like breaking in?
Yes.
I mean, I don't think they ever fixed that fucking hole that we climbed through last time.
Perfect.
Ideal.
So I can take you. I'm assuming you guys don't remember how to get over there.
It's kind of a blur.
Alright, and she just turns around and starts walking away.
Okay. Alright.
She starts to walk out of this dead-end street and back into the darkened alleyways of the city. She kind of begins to... I need my dice, probably. That's probably smart. She begins to start to dip into shadows, weaving her way through the streets, almost blending in at a certain point, definitely taking a more stealthy approach than she oftentimes does when walking through the city. And it becomes a little bit difficult to kind of keep track of her at moments, but she seems to continuously stop every once in a while when she thinks that she's lost you guys, waiting for the rest of you to catch up. You get a little bit further and closer to the castle when you realize kind of what side of the city you're on. You're actually pretty close to the kind of less than ideal side of the city, where you imagine more of Jen's family does business. But the journey to the capital, or to the castle, is not that long of one. You continue on for a little while longer. Are you guys doing this stealthily as well, or...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably.
If I could get stealth checks from everyone.
Where's the tray?
There it is. Oh, okay. 15?
15?
12.
12?
$17.
Just tell us what Jen rolled.
She rolled a nat 20. So, that's an interesting start to this session. Sorry, Gore, what was yours again?
17.
17. Alright. You all continue. Losing sight of Jen several times, thinking that maybe she just completely ditched before she peeks her head out from behind a crate and ushers you guys on. She moves quite quickly for how small her legs are, but before long you've made it out of the kind of denser, kind of urban residences side of the city and closer towards the Crown Center. After a while, you begin to see more of the open streetways that normally would be full of markets or stalls and different things, but have since been cleared. Nearly all of the shutters in the city are closed, aside from some people who seem to be going about their business very confused and very on edge. After a while, you get close enough to the castle to see it kind of sitting up on the hill, looming over everything with the same glitching air behind it. There's a rumbling. After a while, that small rumble in the ground becomes something more like boulders crashing into the earth the closer you get, before eventually it starts to shake the entire city. Looking up, you see that this space of warping air that you saw before, like heat above a blacktop, shifts and warbles with cool colors now. It kind of shifts between monochrome, going all grayscale before going back to deep, vivid purples and blues, before eventually you start to see the air above the castle begin to rip open. As if the air was tearing open in places, you start seeing double. Like refractions of the city, the planes are starting to meld together, it seems. You see versions of the castle mirrored on itself, as if it's just refracted slightly to the right, or slightly to the left, or mirrored in places completely opposite. But it all starts to meld together after a certain point as the air continues to rip and the air around you gets colder and colder. The wind is picking up faster as well. And before long, you start to see those shadow lurkers that you know quite well by this point rip through the tears and begin spilling out into the city, swarming the air. Eventually crawling over the stone castle, you start to see those same necrotic skeleton soldiers follow soon after. The pace of whatever is happening is picking up faster and faster. You get a little bit closer to the castle, and Jen leads you over to the side where this large wall kind of covers the rest of the garden that is supposed to be behind the castle that has kind of since been abandoned. The closer you get to it, the more you start to remember, and before long, she kind of bolts up to this crumbling stone gash in the wall and just kind of immediately slips through it. Of course, for her, it's quite easy, but the three of you kind of stop for a moment as she peers through and not saying anything, just popping her gum and beckoning you on again. Arathar, you can probably fit through pretty alright. Dodie, with your armor, I'm going to need a dexterity check, and Gore, I'm definitely going to need something from you.
Yeah, that I do remember from last time.
Yeah. Let's see.
Yeah, you can... Gore, if you want to do an athletics check and just brute force your way through it, you can, but you might take a little damage.
I think he's gonna... Yeah, he's gonna take the athletics.
Okay.
I really hope that's the only nat one I roll tonight.
Oh my god.
Alright, I'm assuming, Dodie, you went before Gore.
Yeah, sure.
So, Arathar, you kind of get beckoned up towards this kind of crumbling stone structure, and remembering what happened with everything last time, you're able to kind of shove your bag through first and then carefully climb through the rubble after. It takes you a minute to fully get through without snagging any of your clothes or bashing your head against one of the rocks, but you manage to get through easily enough. Dodie, you walk up behind, kind of crouching down to try to crawl through this hole again, and as you do so, you fully smack your forehead on one of the stones that you did not see as your armor fully catches on a different stone, and you are kind of stuck in place for a moment.
Oh boy. Just gonna try to brute force her way through at that point, I guess.
If you can make an athletics check for me.
Or we'll grab her by the legs and try and shove her through the hole as
With
well.
advantage.
To help.
With advantage? Thank you. 16.
16. Yeah, Gore
That
kind
is,
of from
for
the
record, an 8.
Gore kind of helping, kind of just shoving you. It's not necessarily the most comfortable, and you do definitely scrape along some of the stones as you feel Gore nearly kind of just punch a rock out of the way as it clangs into the side of your armor and rolls through the other side, but you do tumble out on the interior side of the wall. You are covered in gravel and dust, but you made it. Gore, what was your athletics?
25.
25. Yeah, you just kind of crouch down near this hole, kind of reaching through the opposite side, and just brute force pull your way through as the rest of the wall behind you in this one section just crumbles. Nobody's noticed so far, so... there is now a giant pile of rubble in this kind of 10 foot by 10 foot space in the wall, but the rest of the wall seems to be holding up just fine. And you're through on the other side, so...
We've just been locked in the mini boss battle room and Zelda.
Yeah.
You look out, I'm assuming, over the garden towards the castle in the direction that you're heading. Jen kind of stops for a minute. Alright, we're kind of getting to the point where, I don't know this as well as you do, I think, because, I don't know as much, but, I can help where I need to. Because, I'm not entirely sure what the plan is.
Question for God.
Mm-hmm.
At this point, the planes are kind of melding together, so his tower, we can actually see it, right?
Starting to the outline of it. It's kind of like, in old movies with film where they would kind of fade two pieces of film together and it kind of just slowly, yeah, it's like that. So it's just kind of starting to appear.
She points out the outline of it. Look, he's being so nice and hospitable, getting everything ready for us.
Oh, sick. I don't know, I'm down to clown, so I'm just whatever.
So we need to find a way in.
Okay.
Okay. She's gonna start walking in that direction. No stealth at this point. That's gone out the window. She's walking with purpose.
Mm-hmm. You start to make your way down through the kind of abandoned garden area behind the castle and towards what used to be your annex that you worked in for quite a while, before passing it up towards the kind of back grassy area behind the atrium. You can see now, as the tower is starting to fade into view, and as you get closer to the atrium, you can actually see quite a lot of movement behind the glass, before eventually, boom! Something shakes the ground even harder underneath you, and you feel it again. The sound of the material plane being torn asunder is deafening above you as things begin to start sounding as if entire buildings are crashing together. And I guess in essence they kind of are, as these two planar kind of experiences start to mesh and meld into one, the deafening sound as the tower begins to emerge slightly faster. You see now as pieces of its stone become solid and start to appear more kind of, in full intensity above the castle. As if appearing through tinted glass and choppily fading into existence, the towering figure begins to emerge over the castle and the city itself. More creatures as well beginning their approach through the lesions of this plain, as you start to hear as well a slight bit of music swelling, though its origin feels non-existent. You can see now the back of the atrium and kind of the two entrances, the one closest to the offices and the one closest to the atrium, both seem to not be guarded at the moment, though they do both appear to be closed.
Thinking logistically, there's not like an exterior door on the tower, right? We'll have to go into the castle proper and make our way up the set of stairs.
Yeah.
Okay. Whatever's closest to where that would be, she starts walking.
Okay. So I'd say probably... It's... From what you remember, it was that kind of on the third floor, kind of past where the office of the king was, and where all of those different rooms that you managed to kind of peruse in the Shadowfell before. Above all of that, there was that connection to a bridge.
That's right.
So
That's right.
Either direction you go, if you can find a staircase.
Okay.
It just depends on whether you want to go through the atrium and through kind of like the front staircase, or if you want to go towards the staircase near the kitchen.
I would say probably the staircase near the kitchen, if that's the way we went up last time, since the path is kind of familiar, at least.
Okay. So you enter through the back back entry furthest from the atrium, kind of closer to where the annex was before. As you pass by it, you can see the windows are darkened and the doors have been closed, and there is not a lot of upkeep around the plants anymore. You assume that maybe nobody has since moved into the annex since you left, since it's not been that long, and also quite a lot has apparently been happening in the city. As you get closer to this exit, and as you reach for the door and find it surprisingly unlocked, you also begin to hear the clamor inside. Though the city seemed pretty dead, like not many people were out and moving in such a storm, as you step inside, you can hear the staff of the castle, the people who are normally here in their day-to-day lives, apparently running about. You see people moving through the halls, not seeming to pay any attention to anything other than their stacks of papers or their bags of stuff as they are seemingly fleeing from the castle. As you step inside, you realize that this hallway is the one that passes by what you discovered to be the schoolroom from before. Are you guys stealthing as well?
I would like to attempt to stealth now that there are more people around.
Okay.
Yeah. Ten.
10?
15.
11.
Okay. You begin to move through these somewhat familiar hallways of the castle. Dodie, it all starts to kind of come back to you, the layout, the look, the feeling of being in this castle. But it feels stranger now. The feeling of anxiety, this near amounting to terror that you feel through these crowds of people that are rushing through the halls, leaving these crown offices seemingly in mass as you get further and further down this hallway, kind of trying to dip between crowds. You lose sight of Jen a couple times again before she appears at like one of you guys' like knees or whatever and just kind of waves and then disappears again. You continue a bit further and you see that the door to the schoolroom, I'd say is pretty easy to see, is somehow standing ajar. As well, further down, you can see slightly into the atrium through the hallway, as that same kind of familiar to both Gore and Arithar, that energy of grayscale, monochromatic, almost fog starts to take over part of the atrium, completely seeping the color from the plants there. You can see further ahead, people are continuously rushing about. Are you guys, I know you guys are stealthing. Are you looking for anything as you're going, or just kind of trying to find the closest stairwell?
I'll probably make a perception check just to see if there's anybody around that maybe we recognize
Okay.
while we're stealthing, but other than that.
I think if Gore was looking at anything, he'd just be looking around and make sure there's no like skeletons
Okay.
or anything.
Fair, they could be anywhere.
That wasn't very good at all. That's a 9.
9, okay. Did you want to do a perception check, Gore, or were you just kind of
Yeah, I'll roll just in case.
looking out?
That's a 19.
19, alright. As you move further through this crowd, as it starts to thin, getting closer and closer to the opposite end, kind of where the hallways meet the atrium in this open entryway, where you can see the closed doorway to the circular staircase leading up to what you assume, if you remember correctly, to be the bell tower. As you get a bit closer, you begin to hear screams as well from the atrium. Something tumbling over, furniture crashing and cracking as glass shatters. The gray of the atrium seems to be seeping out into the hallway for a moment as hordes of people who have since abandoned their post in their job in this castle flee out the front doors. You see a little bit further in as a familiar-looking orb of light floats into frame. As a couple more float past the now gray scale foliage in the atrium, you watch as a couple members of the staff trip and fall over themselves attempting to get up the stairs out of the atrium as these will-o-wisps, as you know them now, continuously flood further and further and further into the space. You don't see any skeleton soldiers so far, but you do see quite a few will-o-wisps as they start to kind of trail in through the broken windows, it seems. Finally, you reach the end of kind of this hallway area where this doorway to the bell tower staircase is. And Dodie, I'm assuming you're leading the way. As you reach for it, you find the handle is locked. Arithar, you said your perception check was 9?
9. Gore's was a 19, though.
19. I'd say the both of you, as you're looking around, as Dodie tries for the handle, there's a lot of commotion happening here, obviously, as people are fleeing, running, screaming. As the ground continues to rumble again, as something happens again outside that you cannot see it from where you are. Gore, you catch a slightly familiar flash of bright white hair for a moment in the crowd. Much shorter than anybody else here, but for a moment you catch a glimpse of something familiar. Arithar, as you look around, you mostly see as will-o-wisps descend on the people who have tripped and fallen over themselves as they attempt to flee, as one will-o-wisp smacks into the back of a scraggly-looking young human man as he screams out, jumps up, and bolts out the front door as the will-o-wisps continue and trail after him.
Can I, if I see that the door is locked, can I make an Arcana check to make sure it's like not?
Yeah.
It's not like a. Yeah.
My notes just got a mind of their own. Give me 1 second.
14.
14. You look down at the lock. It seems to be kind of intricate, though it does not seem to be enchanted.
Okay, can I also make a perception check just to see if there's anybody on the other side of the door?
Sure, yeah.
If there's anyone, so yeah. Okay. Much better. 22.
22. You press your ear to the door and kind of listen through the other side. And though you continue to hear the rumbling of the ground and the booming from outside and the screams and everything, it does not appear that anything is behind the door.
He looks up at Dodie. The lock doesn't appear to be enchanted if someone were to pick it, or if the door was knocked down. I don't hear anybody behind there.
She looks down at Jen. I don't suppose that you're an expert at lockpicking.
Normally I would say yes, but I don't really have any tools with me, but I can go steal something.
Or do you want to try breaking it down?
Step aside. And he's gonna shoulder charge it.
Alright, make an athletics check.
Never fails. That's a 22.
22. Jen kind of steps out of the way as she kind of pats down her pockets. Yeah, I kind of left in a hurry. I don't really have that with me. As Gore just rushes past the three of you, knocking the door down in one fell swoop as it just busts off its hinges, crashes onto the ground, and splinters into several pieces as it lands on the stone floor. You now have access to the bell tower stairwell.
Gore, you're a hero. Millions will remember songs about you. And she starts going up the stairs.
You begin to make your
Okay.
way up the stairwell as you hear the sounds downstairs begin to get quieter and quieter with distance. Eventually, you make your way up onto the second floor, something a bit quieter. And as you step out, you look down towards the library where the windows are darkened and the doors are closed. You look back towards the rest of the hallway and see the areas that look a little different to you. Seeing this hallway, the space again feels odd. It's the same in ways that you saw when you were in the Shadowfell the first time you kind of slipped from this plane, but it's changed in small ways. The portraits are, of course, gone, and some of the more colorful decorations have been moved or removed. The hallway looks simplified and definitely toned down. Stepping out of the hallway, it's much quieter up here, but you can also see out through the back windows as the sky continues to rip open and more of these shadowy creatures begin to spill out. By the second, the tower seems to solidify further and further, and at a certain point you see it almost start to move and feel the entire building shake as it crashes into it. You are standing up here, not quite in pure silence, but in a definite quiet compared to below, and the four of you, with Jen, seem to be alone again. What are the three of you doing?
I know that we haven't exactly made a plan of attack. But I think the best course of action is to retrace our steps the best that we can and make our way up to where he is. And let me try to talk some sense into him.
I think that considering our time constraints, that's probably the only option.
What?
Do what you think is best. But if I see even the slightest thing that he's not going to change, I'm gonna have to beat the shit out of him.
Give me a good and proper chance first. It's been 15 years. It might take me a few minutes.
Okay.
Thank you. She's gonna start to make her way, I guess, through that like series of private rooms to the stairs from last time.
Yes. So, remembering the way you came last time, you know that you'll happen by a couple guest rooms, as well as the personal office of the king, the meeting room, and eventually on the second floor, you'll pass by the bedroom, the waiting room, the kind of bar room, dance room, whatever you want to call it, seemingly hadn't been used in years, and finally past Syphael's old bedroom that has since been abandoned. But first you'll pass more by the political side of things. Are you guys doing so stealthily again? You've moved to a different section of the castle, so I have to keep asking.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Or well if Dodie does.
God. She's focused. She's focused on getting from point A to point B. Stealth has gone out the window.
Okay. All right.
I'm just gonna roll another 5.
All right. What is everyone's passive perception, by the way? Just for...
If, never mind on mine. Like, if she's not stealthing, he won't either.
Okay.
Yeah.
For reference as we go forward, what is everyone's passive perception?
11.
11?
And
10?
13.
13. All right. Moving forward, approaching where you remember the meeting room to be, it feels strange. Moving so quickly now, not worrying about being caught or seeing what there is to see here. No time to focus on whatever secrets might lie in wait in all of these rooms. You have something you're committed to and moving towards it. As you do so, Erithar, you begin to hear the sound of several voices grumbling quite heatedly ahead of you, as well as the small clangs of metal in the distance. You all continue forward before eventually getting closer to this meeting room. You remember more of a kind of wartime room. Erithar, you start to hear little snippets of voices. Little details of people talking. It's hard to make out the exact sounds. Something of shadow creatures, obviously, but of new numbers and small groups. Moving on a little bit forward again, you start to catch a little bit more as the other two of you start to hear the sound of people talking as well, though you can't quite make out the sounds. Arathar, you start to hear a voice that you don't quite recognize as somebody starts to talk very quickly and very hushed. In the midst of these hordes apparently waiting, I think that we need to come up with a plan. Maybe I'm assuming you have a plan, of course. But people are running very quickly, and we're all kind of wondering as you hear this person being cut off, apparently not being spoken to anymore, as a more familiar voice barks out orders. Split our forces, guard the ground level, where the hordes will emerge, and split off secondarily to seize the tower. This is not stray from my sight. Do you understand me? You hear people grumbling in agreement as there is the sounds of more clanging metal, and a very scrungly looking short human is shoved out of the room holding large stacks of papers as he almost falls on his face on the opposite side of the room from you. As he stands up, his glasses have completely fallen to the floor, and he starts to scramble around to grab them as you hear more movement inside the meeting room. What are the three of you doing?
Hiding.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Alright.
Uh-oh.
15?
15?
Okay. I got a 23.
Okay.
17.
17. Interesting. Alright. Hold on.
Yeah, 23.
Oh my god. My dice. That's so interesting. As you all begin to try to find places to hide, Arathar, you see a set of curtains along the wall that is surrounding one of this just really boring looking painting and just kind of slip behind it immediately. Gore, you kind of bound past this little man who's trying to put his glasses on. He completely does not see you as you slip behind a very large, armoire type thing and just kind of push yourself against the wall as Dodie, you start to scramble to find places to go. The three of you turn around. Jen, nowhere to be seen. No idea what you're at. But Dodie, you begin to try to find a place to hide as well, and you kind of duck underneath one of these large tables holding a couple vases and various different knick-knack things that are all, again, quite boring in comparison to the way that apparently used to be decorated when Syphael knew it. You see then, as if you are just barely skeetering into place, as people begin to start emerging from this room. Armed guards, obviously, several people looking very official in their crown armor as they emerge, followed by Reinwald as well. The small man finally picks up his glasses and picks up all of his papers, looking back very scared at all of these individuals before kind of muttering something about coming back later before running off down the hallway. You see this large group kind of stall in the hallway as the three of you hold your breath for a moment. We need to move quickly. I don't care what the fuck it takes, we're stopping this now. Reinwald starts to look around slightly. Check the floors. And he begins to walk down the hallway. You watch as several of the guards begin to start to spread out, walking up and down the hallways, beginning to open doors. You see one of them passes directly by you, Arathar, walking probably just a couple inches in front of the curtain to the doorway directly next to you and opening it and walking in. You hear these people begin to scatter out amongst this hallway as the three of you, and Jen somewhere, are left here for a moment. what are the three of you doing in this moment as these guards continue to walk and scan up and down these hallways? Gore, you begin to hear one getting closer and closer to the armoire that you're just kind of hiding behind and not necessarily under or completely obscured by anything. Erithar, you can feel the man standing just a foot to your right with the door open, and Dodie, you're watching as multiple people begin to walk in front of the table that you're just kind of under at the time.
Oh boy. She's absolutely holding her breath. And if somebody looks like they're going to get close, are these guards wearing helmets by any chance?
Yes.
As one of them starts to get close on her, she's going to mutter under her breath and cast a daylight on his helmet.
Okay.
Flashbang him.
So just like on the helmet.
Yeah, so that it becomes completely enveloped in bright light, which will also, I'm hoping, distract the other guards as well.
Okay, kid, what are the components of this spell? I just want...
Verbal and somatic.
Okay. Interesting. So you don't need to touch the object.
No.
Okay, interesting. Gore, as you feel this person about to step out in front of, past this armoire where you're kind of pressed against the wall, and Erithar, as you can only just see a sliver of the hallway through this little gap where this one person is standing directly in front of you, you all suddenly see as the hallway just lights up much brighter than it was before, as you hear and Dodie, you see as a guard just goes, "Ah! Ah!" and takes his helmet off, as he is just, like you said, Tyler, flashbang, just suddenly blinded by his own helmet, as he just yanks it off and throws it against the wall as it clangs and hits the floor. Just ding!
It emanates light for a good 60 feet around it.
Yeah. As the hallway is just now suddenly very bright, as if you're kind of taking a day at the beach, just the entire hallway is illuminated suddenly, as several guards suddenly whip their heads around to look, as the guy who is walking with this guard who just suddenly threw his helmet that is glowing brighter than any candle has ever done or ever should, they kind of stare at the helmet for a while before you start hearing, "What the fuck? What?" What? As the guard goes to pick it up again, kind of scared to touch it as if it's going to be hot for a moment. Dodie, if you can make another stealth check for me.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. All right. As this man reaches down to the helmet, you are suddenly like side of face to side of face of this man as he reaches down almost underneath the table where you are to grab this helmet. It is kind of blinding you as well as it hit the floor and is directly in front of you. And he grabs the helmet and reaches back and starts to pull it up to where he is, kind of holding it at arm's length since it's quite bright, as more of the guards kind of turn back to where he is. Gore and Erithar, you are now not near guards. You're assuming Jen is somewhere, but Dodie, you are now underneath the table in front of like 5 guards.
That makes sense.
Gore and Erithar, what are you doing in this moment?
So we're like, So would the guards be like where we came from, and then the way we're going would be further down the hallway?
Yeah, so it's like it's a long hallway, right? You were coming from this direction. There's a doorway here and the table here. They came out of the doorway. Dodie jumped under the table, but you and Arathar were already further down the hallway. So you guys are on the side of the hallway where you're trying to go, and Dodie is in the middle. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
How far is 60 feet back from where we came?
Like the end of the hallway.
The end of the hallway?
Yeah.
Or just gonna go making his way back, or he's gonna make his way down the hallway where they need to go stealthily.
Okay. Could you make another
Like
stealth
speed
check
walking.
for me?
Yes. God damn, bruh. That is a 22.
Could you also make one of Gore's checks for me?
Okay. That is a 16.
All right. You kind of peer out from behind the armoire, looking at this group of guards who are now just kind of staring at this helmet, talking to each other, trying to figure out what is happening, as a couple guards begin to start to look around to try to find a source of this magic. There's a moment where all of them are turned from you, and you just kind of like speed walk, like rolling your feet so you don't make a sound on the carpet, down the hallway as fast as possible, and in through the kind of archway into the opposite stairwell, past where you remember the portrait used to hanging, but no longer being. As you do so, something like the feeling of eyes on the back of your neck washes over you. You turn around towards where you can see just barely underneath these curtains the soles of Arathar's shoes, and Dodie, who is completely under table, completely visible to where you are, next to all of these guards. As well, you notice a small flash of movement much farther behind the guards, suddenly ducking behind like a large vase, like a large porcelain vase. Something ducks behind it. For a moment you think it's Jen before there's a tap on your shoulder and you nearly yelp as Jen just kind of waves at you a little bit from standing next to you. You look back down the hallway and there is definitely the outline of someone further down the hallway behind the guards, hiding behind this vase. Arathar, what are you doing in this moment?
As Gore is doing that, can I just maybe about 40 feet away from me cast my spiritual weapon and have it move down towards where we came from?
Okay.
Like,
what are the components of spiritual weapon?
Oh wait, yeah, I didn't even... Hold on. It's verbal somatic, but if I cast it, and I can use a sorcery point to not use any of those.
Okay.
Yeah, and so actually, I lied about the direction. Can I make it look like it's coming from the end of the hallway where we just came from, instead of where from we are?
Okay. Yes. So you want it to come out of the stairwell that you guys came from?
Yes.
Okay.
Not... Yeah. Yeah.
Alright. Yes. So, you use a sorcery point to not make any sounds during this.
Yes.
As you peer behind the curtain down towards the opposite stairwell and create this sudden...
And also, it's not to injure anybody.
Okay.
It's just to, like, show that something's down there.
Okay.
I'm not trying to injure. That's important. I'm sorry. I forgot.
Okay, got it. As suddenly this bout of spiritual energy coalesces for a moment, swirling in kind of silver and gold energy before becoming this icon. It takes a moment for it to fully form down furthest away from you, as... Oh my god. Oh, there's that. Wow, I'm gonna set that one to the side. I'm not gonna use that one anymore. As all of these guards continue to stand here for a moment, looking at this helmet, talking to each other. One guard emerges from one of the rooms, not realizing what was happening before seeing the glowing energy and walking over. Your spiritual weapon starts to move into view, into the hallway. And, like, 5 out of the 6 guards fully do not notice. As they are kind of starting to, like, look around a little bit more towards down the hallway, as one guard kind of, like, slowly starts to turn around and see this thing slowly start to float into view. Hold on. God, if I can pick up one of these dice. As he kind of waves his hand towards the other guards and starts to walk carefully towards it. He manages to get the attention of 3 of the other ones as the group kind of splits. There are now only a couple guards standing in the middle as half of the guards start to slowly approach the spiritual weapon, kind of gently floating by itself off at the back of the hall. So you've definitely split the group now.
Okay. My follow-up thing, can I see into the archway where we need to go? From where I am, or no?
Make a perception check.
Okay. 17.
I'd say if you peek around the opposite side of this little bit of curtain that is surrounding you, you can just barely get a glance at an angle at the archway. How
far away is it from me?
Let's see. I'd probably say about 65 feet.
Okay, can I Starlight step over to the archway and quickly hide behind it?
Yeah.
Like, to where out of sight?
Yeah. I'd say yes.
Okay.
As you kind of glance towards the opposite way, waiting for a moment for the guards to seem preoccupied, you're able to kind of call upon this energy before Gore suddenly... Erithar just appears next to you on the opposite corner of this small room, I guess. It's more of a stairwell than a room, but you get the point.
And is it still the spiritual weapon? It's like non-stop. It's just moving towards where we are, right?
If you want it to.
Okay, no, I kind of wanted to stay where it is, whether I'm looking at it.
It's kind of hovering like 30 feet out of the opposite doorway, just kind of hovering in the air as the guards, swords drawn at this point, are very slowly approaching it. The other 3 are still trying to figure out this helmet, as one of them seems to be like pulling out a piece of parchment and reading something off of it. Gore, can you make another perception check for me?
17.
Okay. Looking down the hallway towards this large vase that you saw something duck behind, suddenly, after a moment, after all of these guards are now kind of standing about 20 feet off from this vase, you see a small figure peer around the side. Dark black hair, kind of messily choppy in places, and the large, kind of sad eyes of the young prince as he peers around and makes direct eye contact with you.
Is he in between the 2 things of guards, or is he behind both of them?
He's behind both of them. I'd say behind. He's like directly next to the one group of guards with Erithar's spiritual weapon hanging in the air.
Okay, so he's pretty much both groups past, pretty much.
Yeah, so it's like doorway you came through, vase, guards, spiritual weapon, Dodie, other 3 guards, you guys all the way at the end.
How long is this hallway?
let's see, it was about 60. It's a pretty long hallway. This is a pretty big building. I'd say the hallway is at least 100 feet long.
Okay.
At least.
What is the range on this?
Where is it?
Okay. Oh boy. I think Gore turns to Arithar and whispers, "We gotta take him out."
Do I see this kid?
Make a perception check.
That's a 7.
No.
That's a 10. Sorry, 10.
Yeah, not at all.
Just looks. What are you talking about?
This obviously isn't working.
The gods, it will make a lot of noise.
Gore, make another perception check.
14.
He is still staring at you, and he kind of moves his head a little bit when you first start to look back at him, like he was trying to catch your eyes again. He's really staring at you like he's trying to ask you a question.
What the fuck? Ah! Oh. Gore is.
Dodie, make a perception check.
He's. I think Gore will.
Oh, sure. That's a nat 20.
You look over and see Gore, and you just barely peering out from this other archway, and you look at him, and you see him looking past you. Like, you turn back around and look over to the vase and see the young prince just barely peeking out from behind the vase, who then makes eye contact with you as well. He looks back down the hallway towards Gore.
I don't know what I just did.
He disappears behind the vase again for a moment. And there's a couple 10 seconds of silence where the three of you, Dodie and Gore, who have seen this kid, think that nothing is happening as Arithar, you are peering down the hallway trying to see what the fuck Gore is looking at. Before Dodie, I'd say, Gore, you probably don't see this from the distance. Dodie, you watch a small, twisted up piece of paper suddenly get tossed down the stairwell behind the guards, and there's another 3 seconds before there is just a flash of green energy that is sparks that are definitely something like a deconstructed firework suddenly going off in the stairwell as all of the guards turn suddenly, looking down the hallway. The group standing around the spiritual weapon start to kind of edge around it as yelling towards the other ones, "Come make sure this doesn't move. What the fuck is happening?" As they start to walk down that way. As the as Dodie, you can see the young prince just kind of laughing to himself behind the vase before turning, as most of the guards are out of sight by this point. Only 3 kind of standing around the spiritual weapon as he peers back around, looking at both Gore and Dodie before going.
She gets up as quietly as she can and goes over to the archway.
Make one more stealth check for me.
God, everybody pray for me. 18.
18. All right. You begin to get up from underneath the table, And as you do so, you kind of glance back over at the archway where the fizzling out firework is happening, and you see a small bit of what is orangish gold energy kind of flash up from behind it, looking slightly different than the firework before fizzling out as you no longer see the young prince anymore, just completely gone from where he was sitting. You rush down the hallway, meeting up with Gore, Arathar, and Jen in this doorway, kind of rearing off to the side, no longer in the sight of all these guards. Arathar, do you take down the spiritual weapon at that point?
I think once we start moving, he does.
Okay. As you join the rest of your group, you can see Jen, who is just looking down the hallway, kind of like almost scandalized a little bit. It was like, did somebody have a fucking firework?
No.
As the four of you begin to run up the stairs again. Running up the stairwell, you travel up a couple more flights of stairs before reaching this last floor that you have visited before. You can see several places where the decorations, the furniture have been completely removed up here. The hallway nearly fully bare in places, aside from the one strip of carpet that remains, very trodden down and dusty looking. You can see further down this hallway, a couple of the doors are standing slightly ajar, though not many lights appear to be on in any places. How are you guys proceeding?
Gore will be following Dodie.
Yeah.
Dodie is tracking ahead, except this time she is actively keeping an eye out for things.
Okay.
That has bitten her in the ass.
Check.
Sorry, what was that?
Can I also make a perception check?
Yes, you may.
That's a
Gore
15
will as
for me.
well.
15. Are any of us doing any specific perception checks or just broad?
It doesn't matter.
Alright.
Broad.
It's a 2.
Nice. At a certain point, Gore, you see Jen spit out her gum and stick it to a doorway and keep walking, and that completely takes your mind off of everything else and just completely forget about the fact that you're supposed to be looking around. You all continue a bit further before eventually you get towards the kind of middle end of the hallway. And what were your perception checks again? Sorry, one more time.
They were both 15s.
15. Before you both start to hear the sound of glass or something shattering. Large clanging noises of something hitting glass and the shattering sound, as well as the thumping of something against wood, breaking it and splintering it in pieces. Further ahead, down the hallway, seemingly through one of the doorways.
I'm still listening. Keep going.
As you hear this destruction taking place, after a moment, you hear this just gut-wrenching, just as if letting out just all bit of energy, just scream in one of the rooms. You hear the sound of something again shattering, and now the sound of sobbing. The four of you are stood in the hallway, hearing all of this ahead of you, kind of pressed to the sides, out of the main line of sight from all of these doorways. But the smashing of glass continues, as well as the sobbing, and every once in a while, just one more kind of screeching scream, it almost seems like.
Does the voice of these cries sound familiar?
Make an insight check.
Uh, 17.
17. From the direction that it is coming down the hallway, and from what you remember of this floor, as well as the tone of the voice being more feminine in nature, you remember the kind of dance studio room surrounded by mirrors down the hallway. And if you were to hazard a guess, she's probably wrecking the shit out of that room right now.
He's gonna get a little bit closer.
Okay. You stray a little bit closer to the ajar door of this dance room. You can continue to hear the sound of splintering wood and crushing glass, as well as the very apparent sobbing noises emanating from the room. You as well start to hear little bits of kind of, through the sobs, sentences, almost sentences, fragments of sentences, if you will, between her sobs and her screams. Would you like to make a perception check to try to kind of pick apart the incoherent
Absolutely.
mess that she's screaming?
Absolutely, and that's a 17.
17. As you get a little bit closer, Gore Arithar kind of trailing behind Dodie, feeling more and more concerned by the second as this is going on for several minutes. Like, she is going for it. As Dodie, you start to hear her sobbing, wailing, before she just starts yelling, "Disgusted! I'm disgusted! Both of you, I trusted both of you!" You hear the crashing of something again before what almost sounds like her tossing something across the room and ripping at something with her hands.
Does it seem like there's somebody else in the room?
Are you peering around the door a little bit? I'll let you use the same perception check given how many you've done so far.
Well, now I feel like I have to. I'm invested.
You peer through the crack in the door and you can see the absolute mess of this room and how it used to be before. The wooden slat floor that used to be so perfectly polished and cleaned is ripped up in places, splintered in jagged pieces, as nearly all of the mirrors around the room have been shattered. There's a large piece of what looks like a part of a banister that she was apparently wielding that had been smashed into everything. You see her standing towards the back of the room, in tatters of her old clothing, this beautiful ornate dress that she was wearing wrinkled and ripped in places, makeup streaming down her face, hair a mess as she looks deranged, as she is now ripping open pieces of the wall. I think it was Gore before that went into that room and saw the box that was bolted into the wall. Gore, I'm assuming you're kind of glancing over Dodie's shoulder at this point.
Probably.
As you see her start to rip into the wall as if she's trying to tear the box out of it. You can hear the three of you now much clearer as she continues to like whine and mutter to herself as she's still continuously sobbing. "It's all ruined. It's ruined. I ruined it. They ruined it. We all fucking ruined it!" As she continues to just rip pieces of this wall open. But she seems to be alone.
Well, pop off, girly pop. While you're distracted, I'm gonna slip past you.
The three of you, plus Jen, I have to keep adding, continue on past this. You hear more crashes and sobbing and wailing as you continue. Before eventually you hear a loud thunk of something quite heavy hit the floor behind you, and you're assuming that maybe she got the box out of the wall. You continue on forward, eventually making it to the opposite side of the hallway, where it opens up into this large, what is supposed to be balcony. As you see past that, a now familiar-looking bridge that normally doesn't exist there has appeared, connecting with the stone of the castle, seemingly breaking it in places. In the storm clouds kind of descending from the fog above everything, there is this large, almost ghostly-looking stone bridge. You remember it from before, having to cross it once. But as you step out, I'm assuming, onto the balcony in front of it, you can feel the wind whipping around you again. The bridge looks different now as well, as most things do. It is broken in places, pieces of the stone cracked in and almost glitching in between themselves, barely holding itself up as if it is resting upon just a couple stones of the castle where it has completely crashed into place. As well, towards the center, in this long arc up towards this tower ahead of you, you see the place where you remember that large stone sculpture to be from before. Though instead, there is no sculpture, and instead the bridge is broken into several large boulders, seeming to have almost kind of like phased through each other to create this large obstacle that almost looks like a doorway ahead of you. No one else seems to be out here, and as you step out into the wind, seeing the sky above you as tumultuous as it tends to be, you can feel the biting wind on your skin. The sky has darkened, much darker than it was before, nearly appearing to be night, though you know it is pretty decently midday. A vast dark fog, as well, has begun to settle over Zurhound, and the sounds of chaos are starting to ring out over the swelling sound of new war drums. The sky is breaking open again. You step out further, I'm assuming, onto this bridge, now approaching this stone doorway, this obstacle, this collection of broken stones, and you feel the ground rumble underneath you again. Looking back, the fresh opening wounds spilling living ichor through the material plane, you see creatures again continuing to emerge. Larger versions. More. As suddenly, vile nightmares climb across the ghostly stone of the tower ahead of you, and as others, like swarms of blight, fly through the skyline of the city. This scene now overtaking more than just the castle grounds, but extending out over the skyline of the capital. A bell is ringing in the distance, warning the neighborhoods, the people that live here, of the dreadnought of the Shadowfell that has emerged. Stepping a bit further, again, as if you can't quite catch a break, you start to feel a little too intimately familiar rumble. The shaking of the earth, flashes of known and seen visions spark behind your eyes, Dodie, as the shaking solidifies into a targeted force. Looking over the edge of the bridge down towards the cobblestone streets, you watch as the earth begins to rip open again. Warping in shadow and fog, a ginormous, soot-skinned, clawed hand reaches out, clawing into the street and wrenching itself from between the planes. The horror you had seen before in the hills, the gargantuan nightmare, rises up again, screeching into the darkened electric sky, towering above any building surrounding it. In the distance, through the fog of everything, you can see more. Legions and legions of these creatures and of this army growing closer. as well as the creature stands up, screeching into the sky and ripping down a piece of the stone siding of the castle itself. You watch as crown armies begin to flood the streets, growing closer and closer to all of these shadow creatures and closer to the tower itself. You, instead, are stood upon this bridge, standing above the Crown City, the capital of this entire continent, or so the Crown would like you to believe, watching as this chaos unfolds, standing instead before this large stone archway. What are you doing?
This amalgamation of boulders in front of us, is there a clear way to get around it or through it or what have you?
It seems that if you climb up it partially, there is almost like an impromptu archway, like a hole between some of the boulders, but it's quite a bit up, so you'd probably have to climb up and over it rather than go around it, because there are no railings on the bridge, it just falls off.
Fair enough. She's going to attempt to do so.
Can I get either an acrobatics or athletics check from all of you?
I'd love to give you an athletics check.
And Gore will actually step behind Arithar.
Okay.
$24.
24?
16 acrobatics, because that's better.
Alright.
Also a 24.
Nice. Yeah, she's fine. Her rolls are interesting tonight. The four of you begin to start climbing up this amalgamation of boulders, up closer and closer to this strange kind of impromptu doorway in the midst of this. And as you do so, you start to see the glitching energy behind it as well. Finally, as you reach the top, you can see what used to be pieces of that sculpture kind of lying atop these boulders, kind of almost not quite blocking the way, but definitely creating what is almost a gateway towards this apparent path. You remember from before the puzzle of sorts that was here. And as you get closer, there is almost a screen of fog over this doorway type thing. Like, I hate to make a Harry Potter reference, but you know the thing that Sirius Black fell through?
Yeah.
It looks like that.
If she puts her hand into it, does anything bad happen?
You reach out and touch it?
Yeah.
You reach out your hand and kind of start to put it into the fog, and as you do so, it starts to pass through at first, and the further you push your hand through it, the more it feels like pressure is beginning to crush down on your bones.
She takes it out. Okay, so we're not going to do that. We're going to find whatever. There's a puzzle here, right? Something. Gore, you did it. You were very intelligent. Do it again.
Yeah, it was that one. Echo. I think he's changed it.
I'm laughing. She's not.
Jen is perched atop one of the stones next to you guys and is just kind of watching, and every once in a while glancing back at that ginormous monstrosity that's nearly the size of the tower as it just picks up a ballista and tears it in two.
The sculptures.
This veil thing. Can I make an Arcana check, an Intelligence check to figure out what it is? Because it wasn't here before, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, can I make a check?
Yeah, make an Arcana check.
Or also maybe a Perception check if there's any engravings on it or anything?
Yeah, I'd say either Investigation or Arcana, or both if multiple people want to join in or something.
Okay. Ooh.
Oh, not even gonna try.
Oh my god, 26.
26. For which one?
Yeah. Was it Investigation? No, Perception, because I had proficiency with that.
This one would have to be an Investigation check.
Oh, it would. Okay, so, hold on. Hold on. Oh my god. 23. Oh my god.
23. As you kind of glance back with Jen as this ginormous nightmare just tears things apart, and you kind of feel that little bit of panic starting to build up, you look back towards this collection of rocks that are just kind of piled here with this stupid fucking veil in between. And as you look back, you remember what Gore had done before. This large sculpture that had come down into this funnel that Gore had kind of yelled into to create this echoing sound. As you look around it, you can see that the pieces of the sculpture are used to make this archway, though it is not one collective piece anymore. There is, however, that funnel piece of that sculpture kind of tucked into the edge of this veil. It's there. It seems that the pieces of this puzzle were repurposed and reused, but the exact structure of it is slightly different.
Okay. Because Gore last time said it directly into the funnel, right?
Mm-hmm.
Gore, can you say that again into this piece right here and points to where the funnel is? Now.
He'll.
Or I'll say Echo. Sorry, I won't ask him. I'll just say Echo. Never mind, because it doesn't have to be him. Sorry, my brain was like, it has to be Gore now. He'll just say it. Echo.
You look back towards Gore for a moment, thinking about asking him, and he's like 2 boulders away, and you're like, fuck that. And you lean back over, leaning down towards the funnel, and saying Echo into it. You feel it start to reverberate inside the funnel before it seems to almost reverse, as if you're hearing the word backwards as it comes out almost like a speaker back towards you.
What did the question say? Okay, hold on. First of all, I would say he conveys like everything that you said from the check to everybody.
Yes.
Can he attempt to say Echo backwards to the best of his ability?
Is that what you're trying to do?
I'm...
Oh, never mind. I'm a goober.
No, never mind. That doesn't make any sense.
I have the text from the puzzle pulled up.
Okay.
No answers if you question me. I'll question you instead. But if you shout, I'll answer thee to say what thou hast said. Oh boy, we're in a pickle.
Can I glance around and see if there's like a new plaque or something that has like text written on it?
Sure, make an investigation check.
Oh, investigation. 11.
11. You don't really see a plaque of any sort, but you do, however, first of all, see up towards the tower as bits of lightning are beginning to coalesce around the top of the tower. And you start to remember what happened last time, with how the music that Syphael was playing at the top of the tower was echoing back towards the three of you. You look around all of these boulders, and you don't see a new plaque. You do find the dented, broken version of the old one. But you remember it more as the answer to the riddle, but also him echoing it towards you.
And with the check that I made, I didn't. Like, that's all that I didn't. It wasn't. It was perception, or was it? I don't remember which one I made.
You made an investigation check to see if the sculpture structure was still there.
Okay, can I make a perception check to see if there are any? I guess anything written or any just.
That's kind of what Gorgeous did.
Yeah, but okay, yeah.
How's the music sound right now that he's playing, if he is?
You can hear the swelling of violin up above you again, this eerie sort of haunting sound, as well as the now new sound of war drums that is slowly starting to join as well. It's kind of this rhythmic sort of building sound, as if it's getting stronger and stronger and stronger, kind of repeating in on itself.
And then when we speak into the thing, it comes back, but backwards?
Yes.
Okay, sorry, I know you just said it. Can you copy and paste what the original quote said in the doc?
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm sorry.
There you go.
Okay, thank you.
Is that you looking at my Google Doc? Okay.
Can I shot in the dark, I guess, make I guess it would be maybe an insight check to see if in between then and now, or specifically when we arrived here, things pertain to us, maybe a closer, to get closer to maybe what the word would be that I would said that I would say.
So an insight check to see if there are any words that seem particularly important.
Yeah. Sorry, I worded that really weird.
Yeah, make an insight check.
$18.
18. You think back to everything that seemed to be building up to this moment, trying to pick apart the words and try to find something that sounds like it would be the correct word for this sort of stupid puzzle. God, you hate puzzles. But it's all sort of jumbling up in your head, and you keep getting distracted by this stupid fucking music that he's playing. It sounds like it's playing from all around you, that you know it's coming up from up there, you know it's up there, but it sounds like it's directly around you. It's this constant repeating melody, the same thing over and over again, like a leitmotif that just keeps going and going and going. And you're trying to think of a word, and all you can think of are these stupid bits of music that he keeps playing.
Trying to think of a word that might be relevant to something that's happened since she would stop playing that music.
She's going to pull the magic instrument out of her bag.
Okay.
And, oh god, this could go really poorly or really well. Oh man, oh, she's not a bard, but she's mimicked his song once. So she's going to try to do it again.
Could I get a... What do I want this to be? I would really like either a persuasion check,
Ooh.
or I'd say a religion check to attempt to get the instrument to solidify into an instrument. Because currently, right now, it's an amorphous bit of energy.
I'm gonna go with a religion check.
Okay.
Oh my god. 23.
23. Okay. You pull this instrument out, this bit of energy kind of vibrating against your hands, and you're looking at it, and you're really, really hoping that it's gonna turn into an instrument. And you're holding it, and you're looking up to the sky, and you're almost kind of internally scolding Gier, like, please just let it turn into a fucking instrument, just for a second. I'm trying to get it to him. I know you're awake now. I'm trying to fix this. You just gotta let me do this. If you could please just make it an instrument for just a second.
Yeah, absolutely. That's exactly what the dialogue is.
Yeah, and you're holding this bit of energy, and you're just really focusing, almost clutching it so hard that your knuckles start to hurt before you feel it start to shift slightly and start to kind of almost glitch and like warble into a shape before it becomes the vague kind of outliney shape of a violin, kind of. It's barely holding shape, and it's just holding on to the fact that it might be an instrument, though it never fully solidifies into the crystal that you know it could be. But it does appear to look like a violin.
Deal. She's gonna do her damnedest.
Alright. If you can make a performance check for me.
Ah, that sticky wicket.
And I would like to know what exactly you're playing.
So it's a 16.
Okay.
And the last time she held one of these, she did like a best approximation of his song. And she's gonna do her damnedest to mimic it again.
Okay, so play it exactly how she remembers it.
I think so.
Okay. You begin to pull this strange bit of energy across more strange bits of energy, hoping to make a sound like a violin, and eventually it starts to slowly, kind of almost like it's really, really trying to make a sound, before eventually, as if you're kind of hearing it in our equivalents through a radio, the music starts to begin. You kind of stumble through it a little bit, before it kind of eventually starts to sound like kind of what he's playing up there, and it kind of starts to warble and kind of find its place in a song before you eventually get a couple bars out, and the sound you hear begins to enter in through the funnel, reverberate, and then reverse back towards you, playing backwards as the veil stays stagnant.
When you say playing backwards, do you mean the sound is coming back toward her, or like it's playing the song in reverse?
Like it's playing the song in reverse.
Okay, great. So let's try to do that.
No.
Oh my god.
If I dropped it, it would be fog in reverse.
That's a good one.
You know what? Just for shits and giggles, before she attempts to do so, she's going to try to say the word echo backwards, which I assume sounds something like Okef.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
You speak it down into the funnel, and it goes through the funnel and doesn't come back out, but the veil does not dissipate.
Okay.
But it didn't get spit back up in your face.
Did she try to reach her arm through again?
Ouchie!
Great.
It didn't get spat back
Okay.
at you, though.
Okay, well, she just learned how to play one thing. Let's see if she can figure out how to play it backwards.
Alright, make another performance check for me.
You got it, boss. 14!
14! It takes you a minute, and the energy strings are screeching against the energy bow, and it sounds crackly and weird, but you, after a couple tries and like listening, and it's really hard to play it backwards while you're listening to it forwards, and it's really freaking you out for a minute, and at a certain point you're like really leaning into it and you aren't realizing how focused you are for a moment before you finally get one bar out completely backwards, and you hear the sound reverberate down into the funnel before eventually you hear something like a cracking sound, and the mist starts to dissipate.
Well done.
I've learned something very important here today. I don't think I should quit my day job, except that I already have, to become a musician.
You gave it your best shot.
Thank you.
We should probably get going.
Yeah, okay.
The four of you trail through this now mistless kind of archway of broken pieces of sculpture and on to the opposite side of the bridge. Not fully running, but quite rushing pretty quickly up the rest of the bridge towards where you remember the courtyard to be. As you do so, you look back over and can see the swarms of these legions of darkness, one might say, attacking, meeting a full front force from the Crown Army as it starts to storm underneath where the tower kind of fades out of view into just opened, dark shadow air below it. You can see where the stone kind of starts to turn almost transparent before it turns to shadow, as several of the Crown Army seem to be launching large grappling hooks up onto the side of the tower, trying to hook onto the stone above where it turns into shadow, attempting to get closer to storming it fully. As you finally reach the bottom of this tower, where this large courtyard is, where you remember a strange shadow attacking you from before, stepping through the large, now broken and standing open, large stone doors with the two depictions of the deities, the twins as they are, standing broken off to the side. You step through this broken kind of precipice, I guess, and into the courtyard as you can see what looks like a battle having already begun. Parts of the courtyard and the stone are broken in from behind where you couldn't see through the tower, and just a couple crown guards have managed to make their way inside. Of course, not fully estimating the numbers of this Shadow Legion, they are being fully swarmed by Shadow Lurkers and Will-O-Wisps as a whole battle is taking out in the middle of this stone courtyard. I'm going to probably switch the music, and we're going to go into an unofficial initiative. But if we would like to take a break first, I think this is probably a good place to take a break. Yes?
Yes.
Awesome. I'm going to switch us over to the break, and we will be back soon. Hello. All right. Welcome back. Part 2. Syphael's version. So, getting back into it, the three of you plus Jen, have stepped through this threshold into the courtyard. Ooh, I can change the map. One moment. Haha. Magic. Stepping out into the courtyard, you again have seen these couple of guards that are being absolutely swarmed by shadows. We're just gonna... We're gonna put them over here. I'm gonna put this guy... Come here. You guys can see this, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Put him
Yes.
over here. As these soldiers are getting absolutely swarmed, you can hear as some of them are trying to fight back, as others are, for lack of a better word, getting pretty much annihilated as claws made out of shadow and soot sink into flesh and begin to rip apart armor.
Cops.
You can see behind all of this where the entrance to the stairwell begins, and where you can see something like more chaos and movement happening beyond that. I'm going to switch the music real quick, and if you guys could roll initiative for me real quick. And then we're going to start this one. Alright. I'm so pleased with myself. Alright.
Yeah.
Okay. So, this is a kind of informal initiative, so this is more just to keep track of what's happening before you guys get further up there. So, but anyway, 25 to 20. Alright. 20 to 15.
18.
17.
This time Gore is the slow boy.
15 to 10.
13.
Check. What is her? Where's her? Oh. So then it's Jen and then Gore. Okay. So, stepping out into this courtyard, you guys would be entering down here with the light. You can see these shadows as they begin to rip apart pieces of armor, rendering a lot of these soldiers here basically completely useless. Beyond that, you can see the commotion that is happening behind the threshold into the stairwell that you know is kind of the only way up towards the top of this gargantuan tower, which now that you are closer to it seems larger than you remember it before. It seems that most of the shadows are kind of occupied with the guards and army men off to the side. But are you doing anything, as I'm assuming you're trying to cross this courtyard?
She's got her axe drawn, but she's essentially just booking it like as straight a shot as she can.
Okay. Aerithar, are you doing anything?
He is following her.
Alright.
Yeah.
As you begin to rush up the main walkway of this, you see a shadow off to the side begin to start approaching towards the center, as if it's hearing the commotion and starting to make its way further in from the edges of this courtyard. It seems to be conflicted on who to attack at the moment, though it seems much larger than any of the shadows that you've dealt with before. As it kind of steps into your view, you can see the parts of where its body made out of soot and air has almost solidified into necrotic, rotting skin in places. Its clawed hands reach down. It definitely seems to be a more put-together version of the things that you fought before. As it kind of steps forward, as the four of you approach, it's going to make a swipe at... let's see, who's it making a swipe at? At Gore. That's a 15 to hit on you, Gore. Misses. As the four of you are running forward, this creature kind of steps out, looking to the carnage that is happening behind you, and then towards the four of you rushing towards it, kind of seeming to debate between the two. Gore, as you rush by, it swipes out towards you, and you duck underneath its claws, it whiffing through the air above you as you just barely miss razor-sharp claws across the front of your chest and shoulders. You continue forward, further and further into the space until you reach the doorway leading into this circular stairwell. Stepping through the threshold into what you remember once to be a simple stairwell, now stands a space of open chaos. Wider and taller than before, the stones in this space are broken, cracking out into the open air outside, floating in large pieces of kind of chunks of stone, like stepping stones between the expanse, hung in the air, suspended by fog. Littered between this is unaltered patches of stairwell, looking as what it used to be before it seemingly fell apart, ripped open at the seams and thrown about. You can see where some of the grappling hooks have begun to catch on these broken bits of the tower, and new crown guards are beginning to climb up the expanse of the tower in through these broken pieces. In all of this stationary chaos as well, there's mortal chaos. Crown soldiers crested in shining armor and spears and swords, rushing and launching attacks on the shadows, and the felled soldiers here too. Climbing over the broken stones, fighting their way through fog and attempting a united front as the world devolves around them. Outside, through the gaps in the masonry, glimpses of the gargantuan horror can be seen. You're all again a bit distracted as the pervasive haunting music above you grows louder and louder, as if seeping through the walls, a constant overtone to the carnage around you. It's difficult to tell here exactly what is stationary, held aloft in fog, and what is more of a mirage. It's hard to tell with these large pieces of broken tower like stepping stones up to the pieces of stairway that exist here. The mirror as well that used to hang suspended by silver chains is no longer here. Instead, there are pieces of broken mirror floating around in the ether about you. There is a lot of fighting happening here. The soldiers and the various Shadowfell creatures here seem to be all but tearing each other apart in this space, while outside that gargantuan horror continues to lay siege to basically everything else outside. How are you wishing to proceed through this?
As directly as possible, but with an air of caution, because I don't know what exists and what doesn't.
Okay. So we're trying to kind of parkour our way up the stepping stones?
If that's okay with everybody else.
Yeah.
Alright. I don't have a map for the stairwell, so I'm kind of using the courtyard map still. But there is a big ol' guy over here. A couple smaller ones over here. You can kind of see. And if you guys could move yourselves to the bottom of this map. Sorry, it's kind of an impromptu map. I'm having to reuse things.
Is that good?
Mm-hmm. So basically, what we're gonna do is this is gonna be like a bunch of skill checks. Each time you want to pass onto a new stepping stone, it will take a couple different checks to make sure you guys get up there. And during this, again, the kind of informal initiative is going to take place because most of the shadows and creatures are occupied with all of the crowned soldiers, but you do see quite a few willing to take a snap at you if need be. So I will be rolling to see whether you alert the shadows to your presence. So, beginning first, we have Dodie, who's up front, which makes sense. You see before you these large pieces of stone floating in this kind of grayish fog. Beyond that, you can see more soldiers beginning to climb in through the holes in this tower. You're wondering in places how it's not crumbling, but the stone itself seems to be not nearly exactly made out of crystal like onyx or obsidian, but something slightly different. It's got a sheen to it that does not appear of this plane, which I guess in essence makes sense. Ahead of you, there are several different stepping stones, places to start the climb. They'll all look about as safe as you would expect. Could I get you to make either an investigation check or I'd say a survival check?
Let's go to survival, because that's a little higher.
Okay.
22.
Looking ahead of you...
hold on. 23, sorry.
23. Looking ahead of you towards all of these broken pieces of stone, like asteroids kind of hung in the space in front of you. Stepping around more of this carnage as soldiers clash swords with these necrotic skeletons, still wearing bits of what almost look to be necrotic leather armor. As you move forward, you're met again with what is almost a fork-in-the-road type decision. And as you take a moment to stare at each thing, trying to assess the situation as quickly as possible, you notice as one kind of almost seems to phase into the wall a little bit, and choose that's probably not the safest option. Climbing up onto the first piece of this kind of parkour puzzle, could I get you to make either an acrobatics or an athletics check?
Let's say athletics. 18. You grab onto the side of this boulder, pulling yourself up onto it and rolling onto its surface. It kind of sways underneath you a little bit, but it's large enough to hold itself steady. You climb forward, turning back and watching as your party rushes after you. Arathar, you are technically next. I'm assuming that you're following after Dodie. So
Yeah.
if you could make either an athletics or an acrobatics check for me.
Yeah, that's a 14.
14. Okay. You begin to start pulling yourself up onto this boulder as well. It takes you a moment. Did you do athletics or acrobatics, by the way?
Acrobatics.
Okay. You begin to start pulling yourself up onto this as well. You feel the stone slightly shift underneath you, and as your arms start to shake and feel like they're about to give out, you kind of swing your legs up onto it and more so roll yourself like a log onto the surface. As you do so, you almost start to slide off the edge, and you nearly fall off of the boulder completely, having to catch yourself one more time, arms still shaking, and do the same maneuver a second time, but you do manage to stay on the boulder. You climb up after Dodie. This is where the shadows will go, so I will roll to see if they notice you or not. Evens or odds?
Evens.
Evens. Alright. You feel the boulder shake underneath you, and as it kind of grinds against the stone of the back wall, you hear the sound reverberate underneath the war drums and the music above you, and for a moment it sounds a little too loud. As all of you look around, you watch as a shadow starts to look back, then gets hit in the face with a shield, and turns back again, going back to whatever was accosting it previously. That then brings us down to Jen, who is going to make a check to get up here as well. That's cocked. Interesting. Let's see. Oh, her. This is such a... Yeah, okay. Gore, you're standing around kind of holding out watching as the shadows go about their business and having so far seemingly not noticed you. As suddenly you feel something grab onto your wrist, and then the feeling of feet climbing up your arm as Jen climbs up you, jumps off your shoulder and onto the boulder, as there was no way she was reaching it otherwise. She looks back and rushes off. So she is on the boulder now as well. That then brings us to Gore. If you can do an athletics or acrobatics check for me.
Always good. Always bangers. 24.
24. You look back around, checking the flank of your party one more time before turning to the boulder, grabbing on with both hands, and then just kind of almost pull-upping, launching yourself into the air and landing on the boulder behind the rest of your party. You are now one part up. If you guys could move your icons about 6 squares forward for me. Thank you. I guess I should put Jen up there too, huh? Hold on, she's coming.
Is she goo?
There we go. No, she's a pink square.
That makes sense.
It's even better.
She's too good for goo. As good as
I want
goo
that on
is.
his shirt.
As you've made it to this first boulder, the first stepping stone in this long journey up towards the top of this tower, you can see up through the space where the stairwell should be as lightning cracks out across the sky, more violet than anything, as it casts shadows down through the rest of this stairwell. There is another set of choices ahead of you, Dodie. I'm assuming since you're at the front, you're making this decision.
I guess so.
Unless you would like to ask for help from any of your party members, this would be another survival or, investigation check?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's gonna be another survival check.
Okay.
Eat them.
27.
27. You look again, now looking at 3 different options, more of a kind of jumping stone from one onto the next, versus another large, steady, maybe, boulder, and another smaller one that the 4 of you might fit on, but it'll be quite a squeeze. You take a moment to start to assess it as the boulder itself starts to shift across the air through the fog, kind of in place. You see the shadows below you as some of them are beginning to climb up the walls as another hole has opened up further up the tower where more crown soldiers are pouring in. You take a moment to refocus looking on these things. The small stepping stone, kind of a jump between 2, definitely does not look steady whatsoever and you don't trust it. With a 27, I would say that you can look between both the smaller one that you'll probably fit on and the larger one that you know you'll fit on, and see that the larger one looks definitely prone to turning. Both look like they're definitely stable enough to step on. One is a chance of making sure all of you fit on it, and the other one is a chance of the 4 of you having to kind of lumberjack log rolling in a river type thing it. But that choice is up to you and your party.
I think she's going to point to the smaller one. I bet between Arathar and Jen we can all fit on there. Good. Yes. Great. She jumps.
Make a athletics or acrobatics check for me.
Dirty 20 athletics.
Dirty 20. You...
Is there a chance that the Shadow Beasts and Jen are on the GM hidden layer? Because I can't see any of them.
Possibly. They might be. They're not supposed to be. They weren't earlier. But you know, I will change it.
Yeah, I can see spots now.
Okay.
Sorry.
Oh, you're good. I set this up all earlier, and hello, Thunder. And it like reset itself at some point while I was doing it, and it all glitched out, and I had to do it over again. So
It's like that.
oh, hey, come here.
Thank you.
Jen, stop it. Okay, well,
Okay.
she's halfway through tiles for some reason. It's fine. Let's see. Hold on. There we go. Okay. You said dirty 20, was it? You jump forward again, leading with your party, as you kind of reach out, leaning forward and grab onto the boulder, hoisting yourself up on top of it again, using more of your brute strength to kind of hold yourself in place rather than trying to land gently atop it. But you make the jump safely enough. That then brings us to Arathar again.
Yes. He'll follow and attempt to make an acrobatics check.
Okay.
Um, 10.
10. Okay. You, standing in front of the rest of the party, watching as Dodie has made it to the opposite side, see this jump is a little bit larger than the previous one. And as you go to make your jump, you feel your foot kind of slide along the slick stone of this kind of onyx-type material. And you do jump, and you do feel as your fingers begin to graze along the opposite stone, and then feel as your hand kind of catches in a place, and you start to fall backwards.
Can I grab him?
Yeah, if you would like to attempt to make a... I will say a strength saving throw on this one.
I love you.
Because I'm assuming you're just holding him.
Yeah. 19.
19. Arathar, as you begin to fall down, as you start to sink into the fog around you, and you feel the chill, the ice-cold air of it, you feel a hand grip onto your wrist and begin to pull you up towards the boulder. You catch onto the side of it, hoisting yourself up as you stand up very close to Dodie, as this is quite a small rock. You are hyperventilating just a little bit, but you've got it. It's fine. It's good. You made it. That then brings us down to the shadows again. Sorry, did somebody say something?
Sorry, I'd like to say he nods and he's not looking down at all.
That then brings us back to the shadows. So, evens or odds?
Evens again.
Okay. As you make this jump, and as you hear the clamor of everything around you, Gore and Jen, you both turn as you feel a wave of chill behind you. As you look back, you see as a shadow is beginning to emerge from part of the fog and just kind of glance towards the four of you as it turns its head, its jaw unhinging and swinging as if it's made of just pure air, as it screeches out towards you again like nails on a chalkboard and begins to make a swipe towards the two of you. Okay, that is a... where is it? That is a 15 to hit on you, Gore.
Meese.
And... no. That's not... yeah. And that's a 10 on Jen, so she's fine. As the thing scratches out towards two of you, claws sinking into the stone partially, as it then emulates definitely nails on a chalkboard as it scratches its claws against the stone, causing sparks to light up in its path. That then ends its turn, which brings us then to Jen, who is immediately going to jump for it.
Or would like to help her.
Okay. That will give her advantage, which is so good, because the first roll was a natural 1.
Oh.
Oh, much better. That's like a 24.
Thank God. I caught it just in time.
Yeah. As she turns to look at the creature as it's starting to claw towards you, looks back up at you as you put a hand down, and she jumps onto your hand and then over onto the boulder as she just leaps through the air and lands directly between you and between Dodie and Arathar. She just lands on the boulder between you two, catching herself for a moment and then looking up towards both of you. That then brings us down to Gore.
Is Gore gonna fit on this rock with them?
It is going to be a group check once you jump, unless you want them to jump first, in which case you will be left for another round with the shadow.
Then I will take the dodge action and wait for them to jump.
Okay. I'm assuming you turn back and tell them to go because they're looking at you waiting for you.
Yeah, I think he looks at the creature and looks at them. Go! Takes a defensive stance.
Alright. Dodie, if I can get another, I'm assuming, survival check from you.
Yeah, they're going well.
Oh, also, if you guys could move another 6 squares up for me.
I will not.
Oh, yeah, not you.
I'm getting left behind.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There she is. And this guy, hold on, is down here with Gore. Hold on.
Gore in circle.
There we go. So, Dodie, as you look forward again, standing atop this small rock along the edge with Arathar and Jen between you, you look forward again and can see what looks to be, at first, only one option of boulder. And as you look at it for a moment, you watch as it fully in front of your vision glitches for a moment. You're like, oh. What was your survival check? Sorry.
21.
21. Yes, thank you. As you watch it glitch in the air for a moment, you're like, oh, that's not a real rock. And you begin to start to look around in a panic, trying to find another piece of stable footing for the rest of you. And you look over to the far wall and see where one piece of the stairwell kind of still remains, kind of curving along the side. If you get the possibility, if the rock shifts over just enough, that jump could be feasible. It's a little bit of a harder DC, but it seems to be a better option from your survival check than the rock that could glitch out and disappear at any moment. So, if you would like to make another acrobatics or athletics check for me.
Jen, use your best judgment. If you have to wait for Gore, wait for Gore. And she's gonna try to jump it.
Alright.
$18.
You wait for a moment as the rock shifts in the air. You look back and see as the shadow has fully floated itself up in front of Gore, again rearing back to take another swipe at him. As you look forward again and leap towards the side of this broken piece of stairwell. As you do so, you manage to catch your hands onto the railing, nearly slipping in your footing before pulling yourself up onto the surface. There are about 5 stairs here before you'll have to make yet another jump onto something else, but you've made it even closer. If I could get everyone to make a wisdom saving throw for me, though, that would be appreciated.
I'm in danger.
Nineteen.
17.
17.
12.
12. Alright. As you make this jump, Dodie, and you land to the other side, and you turn back and watch as Arathar begins to ready himself, taking in the situation at hand, all 4 of you suddenly feel a wave of energy seemingly emanate from the center of this room. It passes through all of you like the wind that seems to cut through your entire body, and your vision fades and warps, then returns. You continue to see, to climb, to move, but somewhere behind your eyes, you watch something else unfold. As if you're seeing two sets of vision, one in your mind's eye and one in reality, you see sitting atop a stairwell railing made of pale gray stone a younger Syphael, maybe 9 or 10. Eyes red and wet with tears, and the sound of wind growing stronger and stronger as a door opens ahead of him. A ghostly figure enters, something that you had seen up above in the upper levels of the castle before. The figure approaches the railing, laughing. The young Syphael reaches out, attempting to grab the sleeve of the person, but his hand slips through. The person continues, walking away out of sight. Then you all start to feel it, a sharp, stinging pain behind your eyes, before echoing through the stairwell. Another voice, altered, sourceless, echoes through the room, and he clutches his ears before the vision fades again. Gore, you take 3 points of psychic damage. That then brings us back to Erithar, unless any of you are doing anything in this moment.
Make another acrobatics check.
Okay.
Oh my god, 18.
18. Nice. You kind of shake your head for a moment, looking up and seeing Dodie do something similar as you shake the vision out of your mind and look back toward this bit of stairwell that you need to jump towards. You kind of steel yourself, feeling the rocks sway under you before taking one more just nearly blind leap forward. Though luckily, as you do so, you feel the air under you, the cold fog, seemingly stay far enough away as your feet land on the opposite side, and you nearly fall into the wall, but onto something sturdy. You have made this next jump. It then brings us down to the shadows, who one is immediately taking a swipe at Gore. You've taken the dodge action, yes?
Yeah, so it has disadvantage.
Right. Okay. Oh, there's so many tabs. That is a 16 to hit.
Miss!
Nice. As it swipes out
Almost out.
towards you again. So that's its first attack. Oh.
Oh no.
That one's a natural 20.
Oh no.
Well, does it have double disadvantage? He's dodging?
Does dodge last more than one action?
I don't know, let me look it up. Because I think if you take... Because it takes your entire action to dodge, I think it's every attack made until your next turn is made with disadvantage.
If that's the
I could
case,
be
I'll
wrong,
roll
though.
again.
Yeah, until the start of your next turn, any attack roll made against you has disadvantage.
Alright, I'll roll again.
Thank God!
That one is a... $17 to hit.
Ah, that one hits.
Alright. Not double damage, though.
Yeah, I think...
So, as you manage to dip out of the way of the first set of claws that come slashing out towards you, its jaw unhinges and it attempts to make a bite towards you instead. You take 6 points of piercing damage. You didn't roll very well. And if I can get you to make a Constitution saving throw for me.
The natural one.
Oh boy. Alright. As it snaps out towards you and its jaws sink into your shoulder, you feel a sense of cold wash over you for a moment. As if sinking through your veins and deep into your muscles, you feel this sense of necrotic cold wash over you. You take... He's rolling for shit. You take only 2 points of necrotic damage.
Okay.
And that ends the Shadow's turn, which brings us to Jen, who is going to attempt to make this jump towards where Dodie and Arathar are. Okay. Okay. As Jen is looking at this distance and then looks down at her very short legs and then looks at this large distance again and then looks up at Dodie and Arathar, she kind of waits for a moment, posing herself before the rock gets as close as it possibly can in its kind of gently swaying back and forth where it is, and attempts to make a jump. As you watch, she jumps as far as she possibly can, and you watch as her hands start to reach out towards the railing, and you see that it's about 3 inches off. And she begins to hit a free fall. You can attempt to, if you would like to make a saving throw for me.
Can both of us attempt to grab her?
You can give Dodie advantage if you want.
I'll give Dodie advantage.
Advantage?
Yeah.
Hang on. 17.
As her fingers don't quite make it to the railing, and as you watch her start to hit free fall, Ponytail starting to fly up into the air as she falls, Arathar, you step out of the way, kind of helping Dodie reach over the edge. As Dodie, you reach down with both hands and grab onto Jen. Arathar kind of holding your shoulders back as the two of you pull her back over the railing and onto the stairwell, as she is wide-eyed and starts to just laugh to herself, just weird. But the three of you have made it to the next jump. If you would like to move 6 squares forward again. If it will let me. There we go. There we go. Which then brings us down to Gore.
He will jump. To Tiny Rock. It's gonna be a 17.
17. Yeah, whatever. He technically had an attack of opportunity, but he rolled a 6, so it's fine. What was your roll again? Sorry.
17. Athletics.
As you look back, as he starts to swipe out towards you, you duck down into a squat and then just launch yourself like a long jump forward onto this next rock. As you land square atop the surface of it, you feel it sway underneath you, and you look back over towards the stairwell piece that the rest of your party is on. If you would like to move 6 squares forward for me. That then brings us back to the top of the round with Dodie. As you look forward again, you realize that you've nearly made it to the top of this large tower. You can see the broken away stairwell that leads out into the open, stormy sky above you, and the complete darkness that is there. It looks nearly like nighttime, though you see no stars, instead only tumultuous clouds. If I can get you all to make a wisdom saving throw for me one more time.
That one's better.
22.
22?
We're 19.
19?
16.
16. Nice. As all of you settle into your places again, split apart by this fog, you look up towards your destination, and again, that vision, as if it's seeping in from behind your eyes, appears again, though different. A book slams onto an antique table with a loud thwack. Across the front cover, etched in and inked in black, are symbols of the gods, and you hear a voice begin to ring out, as if it's echoing slightly before it solidifies in your ears. "I told you to get rid of these things," the voice of the queen scolds. The vision looks up, showing the furrowed brow and annoyance written plain on King Reinwald's face. He grips at his eyes before looking back. "Miel, no, you said You say that you are striving for a united kingdom, a strong kingdom, yet you do not rebuke the very thing that nearly broke us. The Imolith is not our concern. The gods have been a part of our culture for centuries. If there is a way to trick their favor into my control, I will do so before I turn the reins over to some Zumerion bedlamites. I hate him as much as you do. I doubt that very much. He waves his hand as if he's done speaking to her. The queen balls up her fist, then slaps the book off the table, leaving it to fall and crumple as she retreats from the room. The vision, as well, retreats from your mind. You are all, again, left standing in the broken pieces of this tower. As Dodie, you look forward again to the next step of this. You are nearly to the top. This next kind of jump will be a two-parter, but if you would like to make a survival check to find the best pathway.
17.
Looking forward, there are lots of different avenues to take. From the side where you stand, kind of arching up towards this last piece, this last obstacle before you finally reach the top of this tower and whatever lies beyond it, you see a lot of different ways to go, and none of them look particularly great. After scanning across it for a while, trying to get as close as you can, trying to keep a catalog of, okay, this piece is glitching, okay, this piece is glitching, okay, this piece isn't, but it definitely looks like it's going to turn over if I step on it, you take a solid moment to gather your findings, looking back at as more pieces of the tower begin to start crumbling away, and you turn back and you manage to map out, okay, if I jump here, it's going to start turning, but if I immediately jump off of that, maybe I can make it to the top. It will be a two-part roll, but out of the options and with your survival check, it seems like probably the best option.
Okay, this is fine. It's fine.
So if you could make a athletics or acrobatics, I'm assuming athletics check, and then either a strength or dexterity saving throw for me.
Okay, we're going to go with an athletics check and a strength save.
Okay.
That is a... hang on. 17 on the acrobatics check.
Okay.
No, athletics, sorry. And a 15 on the strength save.
Okay. As you step forward, you look back towards Arathar and towards Jen, and then back towards Gore, who is now standing atop this little rock, looking over towards the rest of you as this shadow is just really quickly approaching behind him. It looks like something out of like a storybook as this ghastly creature is just towards him. But you look back to the direction that you're going. You take a minute to calm yourself, and you jump. Landing first, 1 foot hitting atop this small stone, you immediately feel it begin to roll underneath your feet. You feel it start to shift and your knee almost give out under you as you pull yourself back up, immediately jumping with the other leg forward again. There's a ledge, what used to be the landing of this stairwell you can see before you, and as you jump out for it, you feel yourself start to almost hit resistance in the air as the fog in front of it seems denser than you would initially think. But you manage to make it through it, grabbing onto the railing and feeling it break underneath your hand. After a moment, you scramble with the other hand, throwing it up to catch yourself, and as you feel your hand slide against smooth stone, it finally finds a crevice and locks in. You have just barely held on to this as you hoist yourself up over the edge onto this landing and look back down to the rest of your party. You have made this last jump. That then brings us to Arathar.
Is it a greater length, or is it just that the jump is a little more tricky?
There's a lot of debris in this section due to how broken the tower now is. There are several pieces of stone to necessarily jump onto that seem about as sturdy as the rest of them. It's attempting to get to one that will then allow you to keep moving forward. With her survival check, she saw this 2-part jump as the best option, but I mean, if you want to try to find a different way, you're welcome to do so.
I think he's just gonna starlight step across
Okay.
and do the last bit that way.
All right. You look at all of this mess. It's almost like it's almost a web of comets in front of you, of all these pieces of debris and rubble swarming in front of your vision, and that is just too much work. And the fact that Dodie just barely made it does not make you feel any better. Instead, you kind of steel yourself, call upon your magic, look at where you're trying to go, and then appear next to Dodie. That then brings us to the shadows, who is going to get up here next to Gore.
Yeah.
And attempt to make a swipe at you. That's cocked, and that's very nice, because it was almost a natural 20. That one's a 3. And a second attack, that one's a 10. So...
Yeah.
This dude's rolling for shit right now as he slashes out towards you again and gets hit in the face with a piece of falling rubble and jolts off to the side as you steady yourself. That then brings us back down to Jen, who is looking at this mess of things. Hold on. I don't have this part of her. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. As she looks at this mess in front of her, she kind of starts to count out different places to step. Yeah. And you watch her start to, like, seemingly, like, really try to focus and map out a different way to go, because her legs are not going to take her those 2 big jumps. As she begins to start to leap forward and start to, like, try to stepping stone her way across. Okay, the first one is a 15. She manages to jump between 3 different stones, about the same distance as it took Dodie to jump one. And now she's going to try to make a dexterity saving throw to catapult herself to the opposite side. Yeah. That's a 24. As she jumps across a bunch of these little stones, hopping before they fully have time to revolve underneath her foot, she launches herself, kind of almost catapulting herself over the side of the railing like it's a hurdle, and landing behind the 2 of you who are standing atop this last little bit of landing. She is breathing quite hard, but she made it, and she looks very proud of herself. Sick. That then brings us back down to Gore. So, you are still attempting... Oh, also, if Dodie and Arathar, if you would like to put yourself all the way up at the other end of the map, you may do so.
He don't jump. This is the moving one, right?
This is the stairwell part one, so it's a longer distance, so it's a slightly harder DC.
Okay. Well, that's a 24.
Yeah. You look back towards the shadow, duck underneath as it swipes out towards you, and just fully, like, I'm just picturing, like, Mario Brothers, just like, boing, just right across over to the opposite edge.
Yippee!
It does take an attack of opportunity at you. That is a 9. Not doing so great. As it swipes out towards you again, and you can see it on its... I guess functionally it's a face, start to get frustrated. I'm assuming Dodie, Arathar, and Jen are waiting for Gore to join.
Yeah, but kind of step out of the way to give him a little bit more room.
So if you are going the same way that you saw Dodie go from quite afar, it's a 2-part jump, a athletics or acrobatics check, and then either a strength or dexterity saving throw.
Okay, I will take athletics and then strength saving throw.
Alright.
I guess they're both the same. Strength is cooler. That is an 18.
Okay.
the athletics. And then a 21 for the strength saving throw.
Nice. As you look back towards the shadow as it continues to gain on you, trying to duck out of the way of these large pieces of rubble that seem to float by, you look back towards your party, who are pressing themselves against the wall to give you as much space to land as possible. And as you look back, you launch yourself forward, kicking off a piece of the rubble mid-air and throwing yourself towards the stone. You catch onto a piece of stone above you, swinging yourself and landing near Incredible Hulk style on the last bit of landing in front of the rest of your party. All of you have managed to make it completely up the scale of the tower without falling off the edge. So, as you've made it to the top of this tower, your chest seizing with the kind of cold, windy air around you, and your heart's beating faster and faster, you hear the music swelling as well. That bit of violin, the sound of war drums that had seemed sourceless before, now sounds as if it's actually echoing from beyond this threshold. You can hear it further ahead of you, the source of this music, and you can hear the sound of fighting outside, the sounds of war. The gargantuan creature passes by in front of your vision as you can see up towards the sky through this kind of last little bit, couple of stairs up onto this top of tower. You see it passes as it picks up another ballista and hurls it down towards the earth. You hear the sounds of screaming and crunching and metal crashing together as he apparently has picked up a ballista and thrown it back at the army that was using it against him. Are you stepping out onto the top of this tower? Yes. As you step up, the wind hits your skin stronger now. Stepping out of the stairwell into the open air of the tower's pinnacle point, even this place looks stranger now. The low, tumultuous storm clouds above flicker and buzz with untapped energy, the top of this tower vaster now as well. The space expanded out in a larger radius, checkered stone floor riddled with shards of broken mirror and rubble. The tables have been smashed and torn apart, splinters hanging over the edge of the stone. The only familiar piece that remains sits in the center of the space, looking somewhat out of place. The wood-framed mirror hangs suspended in solidified shadow like onyx. There is movement here too, and it first catches your eye, reflected in the many mirrors lining the top of this looming tower. Spaced apart, looking in, each mirror reflects the center of this space, creating odd reflective rays of light and casting warping penumbras like false shadows. You can hear behind you a new commotion down in what used to be the stairwell. The sounds of booming as if walls are being torn apart, and the sounds of more soldiers approaching, screeching of the shadows and the sounds of them being snuffed out from this plane. Others are approaching. As you step forward, you see crowned soldiers finally starting to crest over where they finally got those grappling hooks to hold on to the sides of this tower. And nightmare creatures are beginning to perch on black stones, watching you approach. Stepping out in front of all of this, I'm going to change the map. Damn it. Hey, don't do that. If you guys could place yourselves down by this large piece of rubble towards the bottom, that would be very helpful. Kind of put in here as I am going to place Syphael. He's all scrunched up, but you know, that's the way he is. Over here. These guys are off this way. Gotta set up the thing. Okay, there we go. As you step forward out of the rubble and peering past this large mirror that is now quite familiar to you, you see movement. It catches your eye, reflected in the many mirrors lining the top of this looming tower. You see, suddenly stepping around from the back of the mirror, standing above his chaos, towing the edge of standing and falling. Looking over the edge of his colossal lookout, Syphael pulls a bow across dark strings. Beginning the melody again, his hair whips in the wind, violet energy coalescing around him as immaterial drums join again from the ether. He begins his song. The hulking horror stalls from where it has been ripping apart ballistas in front of you and seems to sway for a moment, closing its nearly non-existent eyes before opening them again as if taking orders from the melodic whine of the violin. The creature roars again into the sky before turning around, relinquishing its hold on this army below you and beginning to climb over the castle towards the sound and towards the tower. You see Syphael continue his song for a moment before finally reaching a crescendo and stopping, as the music still continues on after that, though he stops playing. The creature is still roaring towards the tower, attempting to make its way closer and closer towards all of you as he looks out over everything. His hair whipping in the wind before he slowly turns, just slightly, looking over his shoulder at all of you. He just shakes his head slightly. Are you doing anything?
She's stepping forward. I think probably not quite to the middle, but she puts a good, 20, 30 feet between herself and the party.
Okay.
I really wish you would have let me finish last time.
He turns around fully now, dropping the bow to his side as he stares at you across this vast tower. I'm trying to finish something too.
And what's it gonna do when you're done? Leave everything in rubble? Crush millions of innocents? Destroy what you were made to protect? I didn't ask for this either, but it is what we were made for. And you... I can only imagine how broken you feel being separated from him. But why does that mean that you get to break everybody else?
You don't understand.
So explain it to me, completely this time, instead of shoving me away.
I have to finish this.
Why?
These people, the ones I'm trying to test, they aren't innocent. You seem to think they are. Everyone seems to think that they're innocent in all of this, and they're not. I'm just trying to finish this. It is the one thing that I need to do, and if you don't let me finish this, I won't. He needs to pay for his crime, sure, but this entire place doesn't understand what they've done.
And look out at that city. Do you not hear the children screaming in terror? What did they do to you? You're going to have the castle destroyed. There is a child in there. What did he do to you?
His existence is not on me.
but his death will be.
Everyone's death happens sooner. I have seen nothing in this castle, in this God's forsaken place, other than terror and crime and evil. I'm just trying to end it! Just let me do this and we can start over. Maybe not with me, maybe not with them, maybe not with any of these people, but things will start over! I can't take any more of the lies and the hatred that this place seems to fester with. It just needs to start over. And if you don't let me do this for you, if you don't let me do this for us, for anything that we've ever stood for, then I don't stand for anything, and everything that I've ever done has been for nothing. My existence has been for nothing. They forsake me the moment I arrived because I was not pure like they thought they were. Even their own son now, I've watched him grow. I've seen him from the shadows, and they ignore him like they ignore me. He's out there with the only person that ever cared for me as a child, and he is safe, I know that. I am testing those who need to be tested because there is nothing but rot in this city. And there is nothing but rot in my life. I'm just trying to end it.
I know. I know that he has done insurmountable damage. I know that he has caused nothing but pain and suffering to everything and everyone he touches. Trust me, I know that now. I know that I'm included in that list. And I am not telling you that he shouldn't be tried. I'm not telling you that he shouldn't be stopped. I'm not telling you that you're wrong for seeing the rot and the death and the destruction that he brings. But why do the people that he's caused suffering to have to suffer at your hands too? And why are you so determined to let somebody who is incapable of love, the fact that he forsake you does not define who you are. He has not forsaken you. He is a wretched, rotten man, and the world will be better without him. But you were made by a god for one purpose, and that's to create good. He has been just as broken, being separated from you, as you have been separated from him. His faith in you is so strong that when you were gone from him, he retreated from everybody. And I was sent to pick up the pieces. If you give me a chance, I can bring you back to him. But you have to play by my rules. And that means stopping all of this. We will come up with another way to take care of Reinwald. But you have to stop this, because it is not just this city, it is not just this castle. Your monsters have descended on my home, on the people I love. They've descended on the people that my friend loves. And she puts back a gem. Innocence everywhere I go. Being destroyed by what you're sending, and yes, there is evil in this world. I have seen it with my own eyes, and I have eliminated it. This is not how you do it.
Make a persuasion check.
Oh, God. Everybody pray for me. $19.
He looks at you for a moment, and he looks towards the sky. All I can hear is destruction. All I've been able to hear for 15 years is destruction. I can't hear him anymore. I don't have control anymore. You see him look down at the instrument in his hand and over to the gargantuan monstrosity that is bounding its way over nearly here as it starts to slow down since the music has stopped. And he looks back over to you with a moment of clarity, as if his eyes are somehow clearer now. And as he starts to inhale for a moment, you hear the sound of an explosion behind you, and the shouting of a voice that you were really hoping not to hear. Forward! Stepping out, shouted over the wind, breaching the tower behind you, King Reinwald emerges from the rubble. Glaring through the swirling soot and what was left of his personal battalion behind him, you watch as the king steps up behind the rest of you onto a new part of the tower. I'm going to put him on here real quick so that you can see where he is. As he has busted through over here on this piece of rubble.
Ouch.
As he steps forward and looks up and sees first the four of you, his brow furrowing further, and then looking back over towards Syphael. You watch as that clarity in Syphael's eyes disappears. His eyes go cloudy and swirling again as he completely looks away from the four of you and back towards his father. You see him grimace as if he is physically pained for a moment before he stretches out his arms, holding both his bow and his violin, before he shouts over the wind, "So glad you could finally join us, Your Eminence." You watch as the king steps forward, taking his helmet off for a moment, gripping it in his hand as he sets his sword down to his opposite side as he yells forward, "You sickly devil! Stop this now!" Stop this? Oh, why should I? I'm only finishing what you started! Your pathetic excuse for a father, a man, a king, you hide in your own shadow enacting your law from secrecy. You know nothing of my kingdom! Nothing! I watched every moment for the past 15 years from your shadow. I watched the people warp and rot under your direction. You couldn't even bear to see it through with your own son. No, you know nothing of power. You started this, but I will show you the closing number. He steps back again, pulling his bow up, as you suddenly hear a different voice from directly behind the four of you. You feel Arathar, and probably Jen specifically, as you are thrown out of the way as a different person approaches from behind you, and you just hear, "Stop talking!" as the queen jumps forward in front of all of you. "No words are going to fix this evil. Everyone just shut up!" And she looks back towards the four of you. "And you get lost. as she turns back forward and starts running towards the center. If we could all roll a new initiative for me, as I put her on the map. We're gonna put her on the map.
Oh, mommy.
Okay, well,
That makes sense.
she's got a shadow on her, so it's whatever. My neighbors must be like, what the fuck is happening?
Yeah.
But I have a feeling there's not going to be as much yelling now since combat is starting. Why? Well, okay, hold on.
She is melted with the shadow creature.
We're gonna try a different one. Beep beep. Whoop, there we go. Okay. So, new initiative, as I've got a lot of people to roll for. Let me no. Yeah, okay, there we go. Okay. 25 to 20.
30-20.
30-20, okay. Dirty. Hold on, what is Syphael's initiative? Oh, yeah, okay. Okay, 20 to 15.
18.
18. 15 to 10.
This is the funniest thing you've ever done.
No? 10 to 5.
6.
Alright, so that is...
He's so confused right now.
Yeah.
Process.
So it makes so much sense. He's like, who am I gonna punch?
I can't punch a lady!
That's so funny because he's at the bottom again. Okay, so getting into initiative now. Let's see if I can zoom in just a little bit. There we go. As the queen rushes forward, the four of you see now something different. Gore, you remember from when you were peering through the Jesus Christ, dance room before, peering through that box, since you could kind of see through the wall a little bit, those purple silk point shoes. It seems that the queen is wearing them now again. Her dress ripped down into more of a tea-length gown than anything else, as she seems to have not quite liked the full-length nature of it. But below these purple silk point shoes, you see something else odd. As if scythe-like blades have been attached to the bottom of them, she stands atop blades, still on point, standing atop the blades, almost like kind of curved vertical ice hockey shoes, but instead ballerina point shoes with a blade along the bottom as she runs forward. A deranged look in her eye as she is still crying somehow, her makeup smeared across her face, and her knuckles bloodied and bruised already. Reinwald has stepped forward, the few people that remained of his personal battalion behind him still fighting off shadows to keep him away from the edge. As Dodie, we come up to you first in initiative. Syphael is forward, glancing back between his father and his mother, who is now just bolting towards him.
Excellent. Can I use my action to double my movement?
Yes.
Excellent. She is going to run for him. He is exactly 60 feet away.
Nice.
Boop, boop. And use her bonus action to produce the floating ball of purple magic. And look at him. My way.
As you look at him for a moment, you can see the bruising, the necrotic purple color to his skin is modeling across as if it's moving over his skin, bruising it and unbruising it as it does so, and the swirling in his eyes again, as if this hypnotic swirl is moving over and over and over in his irises and spreading out to the very bloodshot red parts of the white of his eyes. He looks back down towards you as if he's not fully seeing you before you hear Reinwald grunt out again and his vision snaps up towards him. Make another persuasion check for me. I'll let this be a free action.
That's a 19.
It's cocked. Interesting. Okay. That actually then brings us to Syphael's turn. He looks back down at you where you're holding this violet piece of energy in front of him, and he looks back up towards his father, and he looks back towards you, and you see for a moment as if his eyes are glitching like the air around you for a moment. You watch it kind of warble in his eyes for a moment as he almost stumbles back for a second, still holding his own violin in his hands, made out of pitch black wood. And he looks up towards you. Not yet! And he steps back and disappears into the mirror behind him.
Fascinating.
So this is gonna be, let me see, real quick, hold on. New mechanics. And he appears yes, in this mirror. And as he steps out,
Oh my god.
and spells. I haven't used spells in so long. Let's see, look at that. So then this one.
Phantom Ganon from Ocarina of Time.
Yeah.
Okay, yes, I can do things. As he steps out now suddenly behind Reinwald, he just spits towards him, and Reinwald is gonna have to make a wisdom saving throw.
The spit of doom.
You know how it goes? Okay,
Yeah.
What is it? Oh god, Reinwald, where'd you go?
Orcan.
It's a 13, which is not enough. Love that. Sorry, I've not had a Bard NPC in forever.
When did you ever?
That's a good question. That is 4 points of psychic damage as he spits towards his father and then laughs and casts Vicious Mockery. As Reinwald suddenly whips around and sees his son suddenly appear out of a mirror and start laughing at him. It's almost as if he gets slapped in the face for a moment before he steels himself and puts his helmet back on. That is going to take all of Syphael's turn, which brings us then to Erithar.
Yes. Erethar's is also going to double his movement.
Okay.
For his action. He is going to... Where was it? Oh my god. Right here. Yeah.
Nice.
And for bonus action, he'll cast Spiritual Weapon again,
Okay.
right above where Reinwald and Syphael are.
Alright. Just for flavor, do you want to describe it as it appears? And kind of where you've placed it, as I pull up a new icon for your spiritual weapon.
Oh, hello!
I don't have one, so I'm just gonna make a shape for you because I haven't made one yet. I apologize.
I got you. It's like a spectral, what did we say? The words. It's like silver laced with gold. It's like a supernova. Right above where Reinwald is. Kind of the air kind of splits open and it appears.
About like, hold on, if I can click on it.
Oh my god, zoom. Zoom opened.
Like
oh
here?
God.
Yes? Approximately?
Yes, right there.
Alright. As this similar sort of glitching to the air happens, though instead of this dark, foggy shadow to it, instead, as if it's glimmering with starlight for a moment, the air rips open, and this swirling bit of stardust and supernova descends and swirls in the air. Sorry, I want to make a Beyblade joke so bad. As it sets down in the air directly between Syphael and slightly above on the rubble behind Reinwald. So
Just let it rip, Blue.
Yes. And that's a bonus action to bring it up, and it'll be an action to cast it on the next turn.
So that is your movement action and bonus action, yes? Which then brings us down to the Queen. Whose character sheet I don't have pulled up. Okay, hold on. Oh my god. Where is it? Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. There. Yes. Right, okay, so 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50.
4 times?
Okay. So she goes... Hey, come here. Hey. She goes over here. I counted it out. I'm not going to count it out again. As she runs over there, and as she kind of scrapes her blade against the stone, the checkered stone floor, you see a bit of spark come up, and she grabs it and throws it towards Syphael. So that's going to be a saving throw for Syphael, which he makes, so that's fine. As a bit of what starts off as gray flame flashes out towards him and smashes into the mirror behind it, lighting it on fire for a moment, and for a second the flame flickers purple before she grimaces and it turns back to gray. So that is going to be her entire turn because she used most of it moving, which then actually brings us to Jen, who is gonna be... yes. I know what she's doing. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Yes. Wait. 5, 10, 15, 20.
Don't forget about your handy dandy measure tool.
Yeah. There we go. As she runs over to the broken pieces of mirror and rubble and onyx next to this mirror, and then she is going to hide.
Makes sense.
Yeah. Hold on. I have so many things pulled up. I'm sorry, guys.
You are playing 4 characters right now? You're fine.
Yes. Take all the time you need.
Yeah, okay. And then she's going to hide. And then... Oh, yes.
I just say I did not think this fight would be this, and I love it. It's kind of amazing.
I did not think we were about to be Steve Harvey on like the worst ever episode of Family Feud.
Yeah.
It's great, isn't it?
Survey says.
Yeah, we're gonna do this one, maybe. Oh god. Why did I choose this class for her? It's because it makes sense. What is this? Please load. That's not... Okay, yes. How far... Dodie, how far away are you? The measure
I'm
tool.
like...
It's too far. Okay. Damn it. There goes my plan.
Sorry.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Dodie, you watch as Jen starts to run over towards the rubble, and right before she ducks completely out of sight, she shouts over to you, I can just fuck with people, right?
Yeah!
Sweet! And she fully disappears. After a moment, Dodie, you're looking around trying to see what the fuck is happening, and you watch as a ghostly spectral hand just appears out of nowhere and starts to drift over towards Reinwald and fully just slaps him across the back of the head.
Worst boss ever.
What is... This is a... Yeah, this is this. I think that hits. That definitely hits.
Oh my god!
Okay, and so then D8, Jesus Christ. As Reinwald takes 6 points of necrotic damage.
As a caster?
I love her so much. And she is fully out of sight from the rest of you. That then brings us down to Jesus Christ Reinwald's turn. As he whips around for a moment and looks towards... The spectral hand is gone. It seemingly disappeared the moment it slapped him across the back of the head. But he is going to turn... He's got his sights focused, and he's going to make an attack out towards Syphael. You watch as he pulls up his sword from his side and reaches up and tries to slash down towards him, all but roaring into the force of swinging it. That's not even a D20. What the fuck? There we go. That hits. Yeah, that definitely hits. Poor Bard. There's no armor class on this bitch. As he pulls up the sword and slashes it down against Syphael, roaring out into the energy that it takes to basically charge towards him, you watch as it cuts onto the front of Syphael as this very sickly looking dark maroon blood splatters across the stone as he looks back up towards Reinwald and sneers at him. And he's going to take another attack at him. Oh. Oh boy. I'm going to roll damage after. You watch as Syphael sneers at him, and Reinwald reaches up, grabbing a hold of Syphael's long hair, pulling him down and slashing at him again. Because that was a nat 20. And I'm going to roll damage for both of those. D8s. 12. As he deals 36 points of damage to Syphael. As he slashes across Syphael again, cutting deeper into his shoulder, nearly hitting across the violin that Syphael was beginning to pull up, as you hear Syphael yell out across the wind as more blood spills onto the ground below him. though he continues to sneer up towards his father. That is going to end the king's turn, which then brings us down finally to Gore.
He's gonna look around at everybody. So the king's the bad guy, right?
Yes!
He's gonna immediately. Oh shit! Hold on. I have to measure. He's going to place himself, or he'll try and place himself in between Syphael and the king, which he can get there because I'm gonna spend a key point to use my bonus action to dash.
All right.
Puts him right here.
Yeah, sorry. Some of these icons don't want to sit on the squares for some reason.
Yeah.
It wants to sit in between squares, and I don't know how to fix that. So.
That's
Okay, now they're now they're inside of each other.
I don't think that's a person you want to be inside of.
Yeah, no. I'll take the other one.
She's just a little crazy. It's fine.
She's just a baddie. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
That's the blades and
She's just completely
whatever else
lost
there
her
is.
sanity. It's fine.
Not her fault. It is his fault. Hey, stop it.
And then I'm going to do an attack and an extra attack.
Okay.
Let me read something though real quick.
I'm gonna take another sip of water because I yelled a lot.
No action. Nice.
Where's
Alright.
Gore? Where is Gore?
He's in between Syphael and the
He's
king.
halfway
King
under Reinwald's square because Reinwald won't stay in the fucking grid.
I got you. Okay, that's why you guys have that exchange.
Okay, that is a 23 for the first punch.
Okay. Definitely hits.
And I'm going to use a key point to stunning strike. He needs to make a constitution saving throw.
Constitution. It's a 24.
Fuck. You know what? That just slightly passes, of course.
Damn. If only it would have been a
Oh, that
23.
fails. Yeah. And then let me... So many things to read. 1, 2. And I'm going to attack with the extra attack. Which is going to be a 21.
Mm-hmm. Hits.
That is going to be... like so. Oh. 21 total for both of them.
All right. As you
Lightning.
as you punch into the king, as he turns back to look at you, slightly stunned at how quickly you approached, your fist first lands directly into his gut, just nearly catching underneath the armor for a stronger hit. As your next fist cracks across the front of his helmet, making his head snap back with the force of it as he looks back towards you and who is apparently his son from the mirror dimension. Does that conclude your turn?
Yeah, and after the second punch, he kind of snarls at him, "Pick on someone your own size!"
Nice. That then brings us back to the top of the round with Dodie.
Great, awesome, wonderful. Let's see. 1, 2, 3. Ah, perfect. She's going to use her action to double her movement again. And as she is running across the tower, she's screaming, "You fucking idiot, I can't lose you again!" And she's just gonna put herself right between Syphael and his father.
Nice.
Let's see. Is that an action? Yeah, it is. Beans. Okay. In that case, she's going to use her bonus action. Will you let me give him a healing potion with a bonus action?
Just hand it to him?
No, because he's not going to fucking take it. Because he's a hunty little bitch.
You can hand it to him for a bonus action, but to administer it to him would be an action.
That's fair.
I'll be nice and say that you can hand it to him for a bonus action, if that's what you want.
I don't know that he's going to take it, though, is the thing. But she's going to trust that he will and hand it to him.
Okay. You, as you're running over, you manage to pull it from your bag, feeling along for it, making sure that you grabbed the correct color, and rushing over, skidding to a halt in front of him, and just slamming it into his hand where his bow already is, as he looks down towards it, as he is standing back up, huffing, as he's bled along quite a lot of the floor.
Drink it.
That then brings us to his turn, which I have to look at his spell list. Let's see. Oh, you put him in a predicament.
Tough shit.
Okay. Hold on. Oh, this is... Oh, and you guys are all standing there, too.
Cluster.
Okay, hold on. Okay. He's gonna try this. Okay. He looks down at the potion and looks up towards you and then looks back over to his father, snarls for a moment, plucks his fingers across the strings of his violin without using his bow, and points towards his father with his violin, kind of between the two of you, as this small bit of lightning appears behind Reinwald, and this painfully intense ringing noise erupts for a moment. He can choose where it goes, so Gore, can you roll a d4 for me? And tell me if it's an even or odd number?
Even.
Good. He manages to place it so you don't get hit by it. And Reinwald has to make a Constitution saving throw, which he is pretty good at. But isn't very good that time. As the ringing noise suddenly booms out across him, and he takes... Okay, D8. D8. Where's the other D8? There you are. As he takes 24 points of thunder damage, and Syphael steps back into the mirror and disappears from sight. Jesus Christ. Reinwald is nearly shoved to his knees by the boom behind him as his ears are ringing and the sound finally starts to subside. Syphael has disappeared from the mirror and has shown up over here in this one. Okay. So that ends his turn, which brings us back to Erithar.
Yes. He... Yeah. He's going to use his movement to get right here.
Okay.
And he's gonna cast Spiritual Weapon at Reinwald.
Okay.
Which is an attack roll.
Okay.
17?
17 does not hit.
Does the weapon get flanking?
Does the weapon get flanking? Hold on.
I like the way you think, Tyler.
I'm keeping this in mind also for the maybe rogue.
D&D Beyond says yes, so we'll go with yes.
Alright.
Pathfinder
Does
says
that
no,
mean
but we're not
advantage?
playing Pathfinder.
Does that mean advantage?
Yes.
Okay. Do you want me to just re-roll it?
Yeah, just reroll it again.
Okay, cool. That's a 19.
19 does hit.
19 hits, okay. And that is...
Augers.
That's 10 points of radiant damage.
10 points, okay. As the swirling nebula crashes into him again, it almost seems to electrify him for a moment as he steps back and almost steps out of it as he stumbles for a moment. The sudden onslaught of all of these attacks. As the nebula kind of warbles again and goes back to where it's floating ominously above him.
And for bonus action, he's gonna chill touch Miel.
Okay.
Mhm.
And that is an attack roll, yes?
Yes, that is a 19.
19 hits, yeah.
Yes.
He's wearing big-ass armor. She is not.
That makes sense. Where are my d8s? Here we are. Okay, that's 9 points of necrotic damage.
9 points of necrotic damage. All right. As the kind of silvery spectral hand ghosts out and grabs onto her wrist, almost pulling her back for a moment, she winces at the pain as it sinks into her skin.
That is going to end his turn.
All right. That then brings us actually to the queen's turn, who is going to look back towards you with deranged-looking eyes. And I
Should've
need
taken her out
you
earlier.
to make a Constitution saving throw.
We'll see. Oh, that's probably still. It's a 5. That's an 11. I'm so sorry.
Yep.
Still like it.
Okay. Hold on.
Goodbye, sorcerer boy.
Is it this one? Yes. As this sudden flux of... Hold on. What am I looking at? Sorry. What's it? Where did you go? Oh my god. I swear it just said... Yeah, we're just going to go with this one because I can't find the other one. As there's this large boom of energy, again, that appears more gray than it does purple. You take 5 points of bludgeoning damage as the blast of energy hits into your chest for a moment. She then turns back and is going to... this one. Because I think that's... No, she has to move first. Okay. She then... is gonna go up here. Not that. Stop it. No, that one, yes. Oh my god. As she then leans down and swipes her hands across the blades on her shoes, and you watch them light up with a bit of white energy for a moment. Okay. That is going to be her turn, which then brings us down to Jen. They're all in a row. Jen? Yeah. You all hear, I guess more so Erithar than anybody else. You suddenly hear this like whipping sound, and then suddenly a palm-sized rock is suddenly launched from behind you. And that is going to be an attack roll against Reinwald, I think. That's cocked. Yeah, there we go. Where is she close? Yeah, she definitely has more sight on Reinwald. That hits. Yes? Yeah, that's a dirty 20. And then where's my D10? That is 7 points of bludgeoning damage. And he's not that. This one. And with sneak attack. That is 12 points of bludgeoning damage towards Reinwald as this rock is suddenly launched at near supersonic speeds to the back of his head and dents in part of his helmet. And then she is going to move, appearing again, and then hiding again. Oh my god. There we go. Okay, that ends her turn, which brings us then back to Reinwald, who is going to make a first attack against you, Gore. Oh my god, I have too many dice in the way. That's a 25.
Nah.
As he does...
I used to know you.
Uh, 9 points of slashing damage as he brings his sword down across your arm as he steps off from next to you. 5, 10, 15, 20...
Attack of opportunity.
Attack of opportunity.
Attack of opportunity.
Yes, you may make an attack of opportunity.
$19.
19 hits, yes.
Oh my god, max damage. That's 12 points of lightning damage.
12 points of lightning damage. Jesus Christ.
He's wearing metal armor.
He is wearing metal armor.
He
Double?
is.
Normally with lightning abilities, there is an addendum under it that says that it normally does more damage. Does your ability have that? If not, you can look up the lightning spell while I calculate damage for a moment.
Yeah, because I think it just gives them disadvantage. on some of them, and then some of them it does more damage. So I'll look.
Oh God, we're gonna kill him.
If it does, he's about to get one-shotted because.
I don't know, since it's not a spell, I'm not sure.
He is the king.
Not Clash of Clans.
We might be about to commit regicide in front of an army unit. That might not go well.
We could run. It's done.
Hmm. I'm not getting a definite answer from any of these.
Neither.
The guy's wearing full plate armor and casts lightning bolt on him.
It's lightning though. It has to hurt like
No.
a little more.
This person says the lightning is magical and doesn't react to metals and water like normal.
Okay.
So it's like if you cast lightning in a puddle of water, it's magical lightning, so it wouldn't affect everybody in the
Okay.
puddle of water.
Yeah, what I'm seeing mostly is for a lot of the lightning spells, they have disadvantage on saving throws.
Mm-hmm. And there's no saving throw with this.
If it comes up again in later sessions, we'll revisit it. But for right now, I think we'll just keep it moving. So then... Where were we? That was the king's turn. He just rushed forward. Made an attack on Gore. Gore got an attack of opportunity. Damage. Yes? So
Yes.
then that brings us to... It's still the king's turn. He is reaching down and he is going to take a healing potion. Because he's a bitch. Okay. Math. The math is mathing. Okay, and he gets 15 points back.
No.
Which puts him back down at that. Which then will end his turn and bring us down to Gore again.
He's gonna do the same thing. You're right here.
Alright.
Okay. He's going to attack, extra attack, and then use Flurry of Blows for 2 more attacks as his bonus action.
Okay.
Oh, monks. I've been waiting for level 5. That's gonna be 21 for the first one.
21 hits.
23 for the second one.
Yeah.
18. I think that misses, right?
18 just hits.
Yes! And then a 20 for the fourth one. Holy shit.
Oh shit, man.
Bro, Gore saw a dude in a suit of armor and went, I'm about to punch you, bitch ass. Oh, this is gonna...
Okay, wait.
This is
So it was 4 hits?
Yes.
Okay. What, roll damage for the first, the second, and the third.
Okay.
As you go to lay these blows into him, what was the third roll again? Do you remember? It was like
I think that was the 18.
Yeah, okay. It was. Thank you. As you go to lay these blows into him, cracking across his body, like as if you're hitting pressure points on him for a moment, you watch as your fist goes to hit directly into his sternum, and a bit of orange energy suddenly glows in front of him, and your fist hits a wall. The third hit is negated, but the other 3 hit. So you may roll damage for those.
Okay. It's gonna be all from maximum to minimum. That's gonna be 5 for the first one.
Okay.
9 for the second one, so 14. 21 total. It's more lightning damage.
Alright. As you strike into him again, and watching this bit of orangish, almost goldish energy dissipate again, you rear back in front of him as he stands back, almost grunting into the pain, as he continues to look up towards Syphael, his eyes very clearly on the goal here.
And he's gonna lean in again. For a king, you fight like a pussy!
Love it, love it, love it. Okay, that then brings us back up to the top with Dodie.
Oh my god. Is Syphael still in the mirror, or has he emerged?
He's stepped out. When
Great.
he goes between mirrors, it's like he disappears and appears somewhere else, so it's like...
Right.
Yeah.
Just wanted to double check. Oh, this little bastard. God. She's gonna follow Gore. And she's gonna put herself next to him. And then she's going to do 2 things.
Here, hold on, let's be inside of him.
I look. She is going to thrust the instrument out at him again. And then, for her action, I would like to channel my divinity to use the Watcher's Will.
Okay.
Which, for 1 minute, gives both me and him advantage on all wisdom, intelligence, and constitution saves.
Wisdom, intelligence, and constitution. All
I
right.
believe so. Let me. Yeah, no, charisma. Sorry,
Charisma.
not constitution. Sorry.
Charisma. All right. All right. Okay, so you hand it. You kind of thrust it towards him, hoping that he takes it. Is that what's happening?
Yeah.
Okay. And then you channel divinity, calling upon the Sage Queen, hoping that her eye looks down upon you to help in this really fucked up moment. And you feel that bit of energy start to take over you, as if a slight warmth in the wind comes. You watch him slightly shiver with it before still stealing his eyes towards Reinwald. Anything else?
If I still have a bonus action. Yeah. She's gonna attempt to cast Sacred Flame on Reinwald.
Okay. That is a Dex.
Save.
Dex. That is a 16.
He doesn't get disadvantage for heavy armor?
I think that's only for stealth checks.
Damn it. Alright, fine. He saves.
Alright. You cast the flame out towards him, and it just kind of dissipates across his armor.
You know what? I'm sorry for asking her to multitask.
It's difficult for her. Does that end your turn?
It does.
That then brings us down to Syphael, who looks out towards the instrument that you've shoved towards him, and instead uncorks the healing potion and drinks that.
I'll take it.
Instead of taking the instrument from you, so he gets... He gets 10 points back. As he drinks the potion and then throws the glass down onto the ground, it shattering behind him. And then he's gonna cast this, I think.
I've never heard of that spell.
So Reinwald needs to make a wisdom saving throw. Not his best score. It's cocked. Yeah, it's gonna be a solid 10. Okay. Oh, Jesus Christ. This is such a good spell, but it's so hard to keep up with. Okay, remind me at the start of Reinwald's turn, for each turn, he needs to make another wisdom saving throw. Okay. That is so much to keep up with. But it's, okay. He has disadvantage.
I have to mark off my key point.
He has disadvantage on Constitution saving throws. Disadvantage on attacks.
This is so sexy.
He's got to make a wisdom saving throw. And all attacks made by Syphael do an extra d8 damage. Okay. He casts out this spell between you guys, and you watch as the purple energy almost seems to like bruise and turn the air around it darker as it slams into the chest of Reinwald, and you watch the energy almost crawl up him like spider webs before sinking into his skin as he is now cursed. He is then going to this one. There we go. That will catch both of them in this, I believe. Yeah, and it won't catch you two. As they're both going to do Constitution saving throws, which Reinwald has disadvantage on now.
Okay.
That's going to be a solid 5. And then Miel needs to make one as well. That is a 14, which also fails. So they both take so much damage. 10 points of thunder damage. And then Reinwald takes an extra d8. That's 5 of necrotic damage.
Pop off.
As suddenly, booming out, the thunder echoing that above radiates out from Syphael as he stamps his feet to the ground. And both of them also need to make a save to see if they get pushed away. Which you have disadvantage on, and both of them fail. So then they both go. Come here. 10. And 10. There we go. As they are both pushed away from him. Yeah, because he uses bonus action to drink the potion. That is going to be his turn, which then brings us down to Aerithar.
Okay, Aerithar is gonna use his movement right to get right here.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to no warning because he's still facing Miel, kind of touch Syphael's shoulder and cast mage armor. And then cast chill touch again at Miel.
Okay. Roll an attack roll and remind me what Mage Armor does. It bumps AC, yes?
It's the
plus your
dex
dex.
plus your dex, yeah.
Yeah, that
17
definitely
for
ups it. His AC is now.
her.
How long does that last? Or is it concentration?
Major.
Lasts for like ever, or like an
Yeah,
hour or
let's do
something,
it.
right?
Oh my god, I can't
I
find
don't
it.
think an hour, yeah.
Yeah, 8 hours.
Jesus
fuck
Christ.
8 hours, yeah.
Yeah, it's not concentration either.
Beautiful.
Pop off.
And yeah, so 17.
17 hits.
What's the fucking... There it is. That's 8 points of necrotic damage to her again.
Okay.
Careful how many Ks you say there.
It was more than 3. Alright. Does that end your turn?
Yes.
Alright. That then brings us back down to the queen, who is gonna... Oh my god. So many of these people are casters.
Runs in the family.
It really does. Erithar, I need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
Yeah. Oops. That's a 14? 14.
What was it, 14?
14, yep.
Oh, where is her? That does not save. You are now frightened. You must take your next action, or your next movement, to move away from the queen. You cannot move back towards her, and I believe any attack you make against her is at disadvantage. On your next turn, you can make another save, and if it is successful, then you are no longer frightened.
Okay.
That is that action, and then she's gonna do this one again, I think. Yeah, because she's gonna... Come on. Move up here and cast this, which is... I need you and Syphael to make Constitution saving throws now. Oh, buddy boy.
It's a 10.
Yeah, 10 does not save. You take 3 points of thunder damage. Syphael also takes 3 points of thunder damage. As she steps up again. Yeah. Yes, that was her action, bonus action, yes. That then brings us down to Jen, who is hidden and is gonna launch a slingshot rock at the queen. It's cocked. I need a new rolling mat. That hits. Jesus Christ. This one? Oh. That is gonna be 12 points of bludgeoning damage. Wait, this is sneak attack too, Jesus Christ.
God damn.
I love her.
Jen. Oh, Jen.
Oh, no, come back. Jeez. That's an extra 10 points.
Oh my god.
Yeah, okay. As she launches that towards her, and then is going to... Yeah, you know, she's pretty happy with that. She kind of peers up from behind all of this rubble, launches a rock. It completely hits directly in the spine of the queen as she stumbles forward for a moment and whips back and looks at Jen. who is like, oops. That is going to then end her turn and bring us back to Reinwald's turn. He is going to right up in here. And he's going to take his first attack against Syphael, which he has disadvantage on. So he misses as it whiffs by Syphael, almost cutting off a couple strands of his hair as he ducks out of the way before he rears back, pulling it back up in front of him to slash at Ugor. That's a dirty 20 to hit.
Yeah.
And that is going to be... That is going to be 10 points of slashing damage as he rears back and pulls it across you again. He is then going to action surge.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
And he's going to take another attack against Syphael, which is at disadvantage, but does hit either way. Even with the AC. Poor guy. That is going to be 9 points of slashing damage to Syphael. And then, yeah, he's gonna kind of step back for a moment and ready himself again as he looks down towards Syphael, who is almost laughing right now, hysterically. You can almost hear the chuckle building in his chest as he looks around the top of the tower as Reinwald gets down in his face and just goes, "Look at me!" That is going to end his turn and bring us down to
Saving throw.
Yes, thank you.
Saving throw.
Yeah. That's gonna be a 6. So.
Ooh. Gore's gonna punch that motherfucker in the ass.
Nice.
I'm gonna kick your head.
My head?
19.
Not my ass.
My ass.
What was it? Sorry.
And I'm gonna 19.
19 hits.
And he's gonna stunning strike.
Okay. That
Constitution
is-
saving throw at
which is at
disadvantage.
disadvantage. That is a 15.
Ah! That's gonna hit one day.
So close.
Fuck.
The other one was definitely better, but he's got a +5 on Constitution.
I got a 1 in 5 chance of that working. Let's see.
You punch directly into the base of his spine, and he almost tumbles over before he stands up again.
I only roll damage.
Yes.
So that's. Where have you gone? Seven points of lightning. You know what? Fuck it. I'm using the last one. He's gonna punch with extra attack, and then I try and stun another stunning strike.
Okay. I'll wait to add up the damage until after then.
Okay. That's a dirty 20 to hit, but it's another Constitution saving throw at disadvantage.
Yeah, I just rolled. That's a 17.
Ah! That's unfortunate. What can I do as a bonus action? Let's see. I'm out of things.
What was the damage?
Oh, shoot. You're right. That was 7 plus max damage. Plus 12. 19.
19. We're getting up there.
Hold on. For sure. Yes! And as a bonus action, I'm gonna bite down on his neck.
Gore's living Doty's dream.
It's a 24,
Yes!
which is going to activate Hungry Jaws, which is going to give me temporary HP.
Oh, this is so great.
Okay. Oh, I accidentally scroll wheeled and added like 90 temporary HP. Okay, it's only 3.
Too many.
Okay, and that is... Where's the damage for this? Okay, d6. This one is just normal damage. Back damage again! That's another 10 points. That one's just, I think that's piercing damage. Yeah, piercing damage.
Nice. As you punch him down almost onto one knee, you open your jaw, feeling it unhinge slightly as you bite down onto the connection between his armor and his neck, and you feel your jaw clench down and almost snap onto him, and you can feel what feels like the bone creaking and fracturing slightly underneath you. As he roars out for a moment and tries to start pushing you off. Does that end your turn?
Yeah, that is it.
That then brings us back to the top with Dodie.
Dodie is going to, how do I say this? Drop the floating ball of magic at Syphael's feet.
Mm-hmm.
And as she is making her little movement to rear back behind him, she says, "Stop fucking ignoring me!" Rearing back. As my bonus action, I would like to rage. And as my action, I would like to swing my axe at that motherfucker.
Do it! Do it! You should.
Great. I think that's been building up the entire campaign. Let's see. Oh boy. That's advantage. No. No. Plus 2 melee damage. Great. I have forgotten how rage works, apparently. It's a natural 20 plus 7.
Hell yeah.
And just for fun, because I think she deserves it, she's also going to use Divine Smite.
Of course.
It's a little treat.
Yes.
So I'll roll the slashing damage, double it, and then we'll add the radiant.
Yes.
Just as a little treat. Okay, that's 9 points of slashing damage times 2, so 18. Plus... Where did you go? I never remember where you were. Yes. Where are my d8s? Stop hiding. Don't be cowards. Plus another 15 points of radiant damage.
Okay. So 18 plus 15.
Yes.
You roar this behind him, wielding up your axe and then bringing it down onto his spine behind him. You feel it crunch into his armor as it bludgeons into him, slicing into the bits of his skin that is still revealed. And as you rear it back up, pulling it back towards you, your axe knocks what is left of his helmet off as it clatters to the ground, and he stumbles again in front of you. He is not looking good.
In the last second, she's going to look up at Syphael. My way.
He grits his teeth, but he makes eye contact with you. Does that end your turn?
That ends her turn.
It is now Syphael's turn. He looks at you, teeth gritted, as he looks down towards this bit of energy at his feet. You watch as, without him even touching it, it starts to shift in form. You watch the bit of amorphous violet energy start to shape into the curved sides, the gentle, kind of ornate structure of a violin. You watch it split into two as the bow begins to appear as well before it all solidifies into this purple iridescent crystal violin. He looks at the violin in his hands, throws it to the side, watching it almost shatter into shards of black wood across the stone, and picks up this other violin. He is then going to... Oh, he's so pissed off.
I think he has the right to be.
So pissed off. Yeah, we're gonna do maybe this one. Yes. As he picks it up again, feeling it in his hands, and he reaches over to pull the bow across the strings, and you hear what almost sounds like a chorus of it, as if 5 different violins are plucking the same notes at once. He sharply pulls the bow against the smallest strings, and you hear this sharp whining noise for a moment before... let's see if he can place this. Yeah, it's gonna hit him and probably Arathar as well. Sorry, bud. I need Arathar, I need you to make a Constitution saving throw, as Miel, Syphael, and Reinwald also do so. Reinwald rolled a nat 1 on that one.
Yeah!
Arathar.
I rolled 11.
11. Okay. So you still will take damage. As he doesn't have a lot of control over this at the moment. As this loud, sudden ringing noise gets painfully intense, as if just this around you, as he suddenly detonates this bit of thunder atop Reinwald, in between him and Reinwald. So that is... That is 13 points of thunder damage to everyone except for Miel, who takes half that. Oh my god, math.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus Christ. And then that also is the 1d8 necrotic damage that he does to Reinwald with every turn. Jesus Christ, that's so close. That is so fucking close. As this detonates around him. As this bit of like energy that casts up all the dust from around it starts to dissipate, you watch as little bits of trailing purple energy cast off from the violin and start to sink into Syphael. You watch the swirling in his eyes start to slow slightly as his vision starts to become clearer and clearer. It has not fully taken hold, but it's definitely gotten pretty close. But he has picked up the instrument, and you watch as the purple energy around it grows stronger and stronger and stronger. Okay, that was bonus action to pick it up. Yeah, that's gonna be his turn. as he starts to almost stumble for a second, feeling the waves of energy as it washes over him. That brings us back down to Erithar. For your first turn, you do have to move away from the queen.
That's fine.
But then you may
my
make
full movement?
I don't remember. That's a good question. Where is it? Yes, I think so.
Okay.
You can take it in any direction, it just has to be away from her.
Okay. I have small questions.
Yes.
The movement for spiritual weapon, is that a bonus action or is that just part of the spell?
I think it's a bonus action to move it, if I remember correctly.
Okay. And Starlight Step, would that also have to be away from the queen, or can that be forward at like a random spot? Not like attacking her, but
I will say as long as it's not towards her, then I'll allow it, because shit's happening.
okay. I was gonna have him move right here next to Gore and Dodie, like right here.
Okay. I'll consider that away from her.
Okay. And he will, for his action, sorry. It's just the two. He will just he'll touch Gore and cast Cure Wounds on Gore.
Okay.
Which is, you get 10 points back.
Nice.
Okay. And that'll end his turn.
Alright. That then brings us down to the queen, as you have retreated away from her. As she casts this magic on you for a moment, you see flashes of silver snow, of heat passing through your skin and through your body, and a terror deep inside your gut of something too familiar. You rush away. That then brings us to her turn, which she...
Oh, I have to make a saving throw.
Yes. Wisdom
what was
saving
it?
throw.
Wisdom. That was a 16?
16 saves. As you move away from her, reaching out, stumbling for a moment, catching on to Gore's shoulder and casting Cure Wounds, you feel the visions behind your eyes begin to fade and clear, and you are no longer frightened. She is going to step up between... because why won't he get on a square? Step up between Syphael and Dodie, and she is going to kick her leg up as if she was suddenly dancing and leaping across a stage. She kicks her leg up to slash out at you, Dodie.
That makes sense.
Which is a 19 to hit.
Yeah, that hits.
And you take 9 points of slashing damage as she cuts across your collarbone and down onto your chest. She then is going to use... where'd you go? Where are you? Where are you? Where are you?
Where are you?
And I'm so sorry.
I'm so sorry.
This one? There's so many spells. Oh god. There's so many things. There's so many things. That's not it either. Yeah, there we go. Found it. As she kicks up her other leg towards him, what is almost a bolt of energy, like a blade, reaches out from underneath the blades on her point shoes and stabs into the front of Syphael. Yeah.
Start on Bard Violin.
As he's gonna take... Oh, Jesus Christ. As he takes 13 points of psychic damage. Yeah. Yeah. As she then kicks it back down, as he almost falls forward, still bleeding profusely, she leans down towards him, kicking her blade off to the side as it creates more sparks. As she kind of whisper yells to him, "You took my son from me." As he looks back up into her eyes and goes, "I am your son!" That is going to end her turn, which brings us back down to Jen. Who is gonna 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Wait, go over here. And it's just gonna fucking whip another stone towards Miel's head. Yeah, and just fucking beans her right across the dome.
Say that again? Dome! Beans her right across the dome?
Yeah. Just get fucking beamed, man. As that's fucking 12 points of bludgeoning damage. Jesus Christ.
From a rock?
Yeah. It's going like supersonic speeds, like
David Port.
And then she is going to oh my god. Where did you go? Yeah. And then she's gonna firebolt.
What?
What is she?
I don't remember Rogue being able to do that.
Don't worry about it. Yeah, she's gonna make an attack roll against Miel. It's a fucking 19.
Pop off.
And that is 10 points of fire damage. As she just yells out, "Bitch!" That then ends Jen's turn, which brings us back to King Reinwald's turn.
Who still has my axe embedded in his nervous system.
He is going to... He's going to use his second wind to regain... 25 hit points back.
Ooh, and also hiss!
Oh, fighters.
Yeah. And then he's going to strike out at Syphael again. Which doesn't... No? No, it does hit. Damn, it almost didn't hit.
Does he have
Doesn't he have
disadvantage?
disadvantage?
Oh, he does have disadvantage. Thank you. That was better.
Don't hurt my book.
So it does just barely hit. No, wait. No, because his AC is higher because of mage armor.
Yeah.
So it doesn't hit.
Yeah.
So it strikes into the stone next to him as he pulls it back and turns to you, Dodie, again, bleeding profusely from the shoulder as gouts of blood rush down his armor. He's then going to action surge. And I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Okay. That's another natural 20.
Interesting. All right. Yeah, so that does that. Okay. He turns around and roars to you, "You are nothing!" And he shoves you with the side of his blade, and you are pushed back. Because you succeeded, you are only pushed back... this is so funny. Only pushed back 10 feet.
I'm gonna push him.
And you don't fall over the edge.
I'll take it.
And you take only 6 points of bludgeoning damage.
I'll take it.
That is going to... No, he's going to... No, that's going to end his turn. No, he's going to take the chance. And he's going to step away from you, Gore, and behind Syphael.
I will be taking it. I'll be taking a swing.
Mm-hmm.
That's gonna be a 25.
That hits.
That is 8 points of lightning.
8 points of lightning. Alright. Jesus Christ. He's still so close. As he runs off behind Syphael, now basically flanking with his wife.
That's mean.
That then brings us down to Gore.
Okay. I have to make a big decision here. You've given me an idea. Can Gore fit right here?
Where? No, technically not, because Reinwald is supposed to be in that square, but he's not.
Okay. Ooh, you know, he's gonna go right here. And then he's gonna punch him.
Okay.
Non-lethal. That is 18.
18 just hits.
Okay, never mind. That was a reaction. Okay, this is the first punch. I roll damage on this. This is 12 points.
Okay.
And then he's gonna grapple him.
Okay.
It's gonna be
make a strength
athletics.
check. Yeah, an athletics check.
Great. Versus his whatever strength or athletics. I mean, it doesn't get better than that.
Oh my god.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, because he
That's at
rolled
27.
he rolled pretty good too, but it's not a nat 20. It's a 19, but it's not a nat 20. You deck him across the face, leaping up behind him, and I'm assuming, like, pulling him.
Yeah, I think he does the arms behind the shoulders and kicks out his knees.
Nice. As you grapple him into hold. That then... Does that end your turn?
Yeah, because I can't use that bite thing again, so yeah.
He's still clutching his sword in one hand, though he can't seem to pull his arm from your grasp as he falls to his knees, as you push him towards the blood-slick stone. That then brings us back up to the top to Dodie.
Question for God.
Yes.
How How bad is he looking?
Reinwald?
Yeah.
Not a slap to the face away, but pretty damn bad.
Okay. Excuse me, just one moment.
As you decide, I will narrate slightly.
Yes, please.
As you are almost pushed over the edge of this tower, looking back over where this gargantuan nightmare has ceased from destroying entire battalions, but is instead just ripping the wall off the side of the castle, just destroying the side of it entirely. As more soldiers seem to swarm at its ankles, attempting to do some sort of damage to it and not having any luck whatsoever. You turn back towards Syphael and see him looking at the violin in his hands. The purple necrotic bruising across his skin almost retreating, turning more into that more normal, still kind of sickly pale looking skin that you're familiar with as the clarity in his eyes is returning further and further and further. So.
She is going to rush past Erithar toward him. And as she does, she yells out, "I am not nothing, I am hers, and he is his!" I'm gonna try to hit him again.
Or we'll also be eyeing her while she does this.
Ooh. That is a dirty 20 to hit.
Mm-hmm.
And I think I don't want to accidentally kill him. Because I want him to have the pleasure.
If you would like to pull your punch slightly, I will let you roll a d4 and choose evens or odds. And if you guess it correctly, I'll let you pull your punch.
I think I'm going to just hit him with the axe and hold back my smiting.
Okay. Makes sense.
Right. And that's 11 points of slashing damage.
Oh, that's so funny.
Do you have 12 hit points left? Please say yes.
Oh, that's so funny. Okay, yeah. You slam your axe as you scream into his face, into the junction that Gore bit into earlier between his neck and his shoulders, as the axe sinks in, breaking apart the armor beneath it as he screams out, and you hear the queen behind you screech into the air.
She snaps her tail.
The axe embedded into Reinwald as he almost seizes against the impact, bleeding just profusely. I can't say it enough. Just gouts of blood down the front of his armor as Syphael looks down at the instrument in his hand and then up towards you, eyes fully clear for the first time that you've ever seen him, and looks back towards Reinwald. He looks to the bow in his hands, pulling the rest of the violin away. He flips the bow in his hands, walking up to Reinwald. "You took everything from me." And he reaches down and slices the bow across the neck of Reinwald and fully cuts his jugular open, as almost decapitating Reinwald's head as he falls back against Gore. Gouts of blood, hot and steaming in the ice-cold air as it falls down Reinwald, as he falls back over Gore, almost onto your shoes, Dodie, as he begins to grip at his neck and begins to slowly bleed out. He is definitely out of hit points. Syphael looks back up, shakes the blood off of the crystal bow in his hands, and looks back over to you, Dodie. There is a slight flush to his skin that you've never seen before, and and the flowing of his hair starts to dim slightly. It still kind of wavers in the air, even opposite direction of the whipping wind, but it's not swirling around him as it used to. It's still an odd color, and he still looks a little bit off, but he heaves against himself, gripping at his wounds slightly and picking up the rest of his violin. You hear, Jesus Christ, Miel behind you, the queen, fall to her knees, gripping at the stones, and then just start throwing them in random directions into the sky and screaming.
Nice.
Syphael kind of stumbles forward for a moment. He wasn't really showing it at the time, but he is mega fucked up right now, and he almost falls into your grasp. I can't. You feel the ground beneath you start to rumble. Just vroom, vroom, as the whole tower begins to shift and creak and almost begin to tilt slightly. You watch as out from beneath all of you, over the tower's edge, deep in the city, you watch as bits of creature turn more into bits of soot as they dissipate and start to bellow out in the wind as it starts to clear. You see into the fog, looking out through these flashes of clouds and lightning, purple and blue and green, a rainbow of colors above you in the lightning that flashes, casting shadows across the entirety of the city. You look out into the clouds. If you guys could make a perception check for me.
Seven.
13.
13, and what was it?
16.
16. You all look out into the clouds, and you see what is almost a mirrored experience. In the clouds, a version of cosmic proportions, this vision begins to unfold. Spanning the horizons, you see two figures made of stardust and light mirror Dodie and Syphael as one grapples onto the other, stumbling for a moment. Bursts of light and eye-blinding color as this mirage of Herculean figures shrouded in hair of the cosmos as one pulls the other up to her. There's a flash of blinding light as suddenly, almost an eclipse of the sun as the clouds begin to fade and the lightning starts to dim. Finally, with a couple more strikes of strong, heavy lightning, finally the clouds start to dissipate and sunlight begins to peek through the ever-present storm that has lasted weeks by now. The mirage, the flashes in the fog, dissipates. And suddenly you are left again alone before you feel a flash of movement. Suddenly, as if surprised, all three of you are thrust out of the way as Dodie, you are gripped by the front of your shirt by the queen and thrown towards the edge of the tower. I need you to make a dexterity saving throw at disadvantage, please.
It was a nat 20 and a nat 1.
Okay, here we go. As the queen throws you towards the edge of this tower, as if you're falling from the precipice of a cliff, she reaches up, about to kick her leg out towards you, the blade of her point shoe thrusting out towards you as if it was going to slice across your neck as well, before she reaches back and is pulled as Syphael jumps in front of you and is hit directly in the chest with the blade instead. Syphael rolled a nat 20 to take the hit for you, as both of you go tumbling over the edge of the cliff of this tower. Both of you are then free-falling as you watch Syphael's blood start to turn more of a normal color of crimson and scarlet red as it starts to seep down through his clothes again, over his doublet, as you watch his eyes start to fade again, as if he is losing consciousness, and the two of you are plummeting towards the earth. What are you doing?
Dodie summons her wings. The adrenaline is coursing through her veins, as it often does. And I feel like at that point, they unfurl, and instead of using them to pull both their weight back up, she uses them to float safely to the ground.
The two of you are tumbling head over heels in the air for a moment before Dodie, you manage to reach out and grab onto his arm as you watch him slowly start to lose consciousness, now bleeding even faster out of the wound that has kind of connected with the other sword wounds that Reinwald dealt as well. And as you grip him into your arms, calling upon your goddess for one last favor, one more time to end this fully, you feel the rage start to subside and something like warmth build in your back, in your muscles, deep in what used to be that empty pocket beneath your ribcage, suddenly now full with warm, glowing, as you can just feel it, golden light as you pull upon your wings and pull Syphael to you. For a moment, he gains consciousness, looking up towards you as you have him pulled towards you, closing his eyes as his own silver wings sprout from his back, and the two of you drift down slowly towards the ground, landing softly as you can, upon a pile of rubble as he sits back and then collapses unconscious onto the ground. The rest of you up at the top of the tower watch as Miel starts to scream into the air, ripping at her own hair, before turning back to the two of you as you feel the tower beneath you start to crumble. Suddenly, the rest of you are falling as well, jumping over pieces of this broken tower as onyx and obsidian fall to the earth deadly quickly. You both suddenly feel as small hands grab onto both of your wrists and then jump off the side of the tower as it begins to crumble. You are dragged by Jen as she jumps forward, and you watch a small bit of bubblegum pink energy fly out, surrounding the three of you for a moment before you slowly start to drift towards the ground. As she casts a little bit of help there. The three of you then have to avoid the falling pieces of rubble as Miel starts to jump between them towards the ground as she reaches out for Reinwald's body as it falls limp into the air. There is another bit of glowing orangish golden energy that surrounds the three of them, and they fall as well, slightly fucked up and kind of tumbling over pieces as she hauls his body over bits of rubble as the tower crumbles down. Lastly, all of you, including the body of the king and what remains of the queen's sanity, has landed at the bottom of this tower on the grounds of the castle. You are quite a distance away from her as she is sobbing and screaming. You watch that bit of golden energy that she has not noticed whatsoever finally dim and almost zip back into a shadow across from you. If I could get you guys, anybody, if they want to, Dodie, you might be preoccupied, to make a perception check for me.
I shall.
17.
17 and a nat 1.
Yes.
Gore, you suddenly feel familiar with that sight, and you whip your eyes over to the shadow and watch just barely as the glimpse of the young prince disappears. You are all then left in the wake of this tumultuous battle as you watch the ginormous nightmare of a creature slowly turn to ash and soot as it screams out towards the sky and disappears into nothing around you. There is another crack of lightning, though you do not hear its source, and suddenly you look back several yards away, probably nearing 50 yards away, as the queen looks up to the sky and screeches. she starts screaming into the sky. You took my son! You took my husband! You took my life! You're nothing of a god, you are a parasite! You watch as she reaches into the blouse of her dress and pulls out a now familiar-looking necklace with a large scarlet red stone in the center. As she reaches up, holds it in her hand, and goes, Sunlight, I call upon your helm. Please, help me. You watch in her hand as a bout of scarlet energy suddenly surrounds her hand as if bleeding energy down from it, and you hear another crack of lightning above you. There it is. It took a second. As you hear this parting through the now remaining clouds, you watch as if energy beaming down towards the surface, a flurry of scarlet energy as several beings begin to appear. Vroom, 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 as if they all land to earth in one solid formation. You watch, stepping out from a scarlet fog, a tall figure, deep tan skin and long blonde hair. As she steps forward, bits of golden armor sewn into her clothing as she steps up towards the rest of them. You watch as several other figures appear as well. Another taller than herself, figure of strange proportions, long braids in their hair of this light blue, grayish color, pure white skin, and long arching horns up past their head. You can see, even from the distance, the darkness of their eyes and the calmness of their demeanor. As well, another figure appears in the distance, cloaked in shadow for a moment before a few others show up as well, almost beaming down to the surface as another one steps up behind Solandra. Taller than herself even in her heels as she steps over the rubble towards Miel. You watch a different figure appear as well. Dressed in gold and burnt orange and black, stepping up behind her, short, stick straight black hair and burning red eyes as he looks across the sea of rubble and destruction, eyes landing on Dodi and Syphael, crumpled to the ground, face perfectly still, perfectly poised as he looks almost into you for a moment before smiling and turning back to walk behind Solandra Keldov. Magnate Solandra Keldov walks up to Miel, taking her hands and beginning to speak softly. If anybody would like to make a perception check to try to hear what she says, you may do so.
15.
15?
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
How are people still like running and screaming, or is it like silent? Is there like a crowd anywhere? And just what's the
there is a large crowd of the soldiers who are left from the Crown Army gathering up, kind of blocking some of your view now, as well as a couple people who are now bolting out of buildings that are not falling apart anymore and running and screaming back into town. But where you are kind of off to the side, slightly hidden by the rubble since Jen kind of chose where you landed, you're kind of off to the side. Did anybody else make a perception check? Or is it just Gore?
She's preoccupied.
Okay. Gore,
Nosy.
you said 17?
Yes.
You hear for a moment a hushed tone, first as she says, Despion dilis, duripsentes, before taking Miel's hands, looking over her shoulder at the crumpled body of the king, and then speaking in common. Thank you for calling me in such a troubling time. She turns back towards this other figure, waving her hands out to the other group that is there. Begin cleaning this mess, before taking an arm over Miel and holding her to her chest. Dodi, it seems that this figure that seemed to have looked into you, their gaze suddenly piercing, and his eyes, something that you have never quite seen in a person before, has left you. apparently not said a word and walked away, leaving you with the now unconscious body of Syphael in your arms. You look over and after you hear psst, psst, as you look over and see Jen waving to you where your party is hidden behind a large piece of rubble.
Gestures to the unconscious, 6.5 foot tall man in her arms.
She turns around, looks up towards you, Erithar, who I'm assuming is very distracted at the moment.
He is actually staring at the ground, and he's gripping Gore's arm, as hard as he can.
She turns around, looks at you, and then just grabs you, and just shakes you a little bit. I'm out of spell slots, so just fucking go over there.
He slowly lets go of Gore's arm and kind of shakes his head and does his last... It's his last, right? Yeah, it's his last Starlight Step. He goes over.
As you Starlight Step over there, disappearing again in a small bit of starlight and appearing next to Dodie and Syphael, Jen turns back to Gore. Okay, so this is totally fucked up, and she's probably not gonna be able to carry him, so you gotta get on your shit, okay?
Okay. He just wanders over there.
After she pulls you back for a moment as you start to just walk over there, and she pulls you back and it's like, can you wait a fucking second?
Okay.
And she looks back over to where Erithar has suddenly appeared next to Dodie and Syphael.
Is this an unconscious where I can heal Syphael and he'll wake up, or is it he's just knocked out?
You are unsure if he will wake up. He is currently making death saving throws, I will say, though.
Oh, I will cast Spare the Dying then.
Okay.
Yeah.
Jen, from where she is, watches you cast a spell on him, and Dodie, you watch the bleeding cease and stop where it is, though he's still covered in blood. Before Jen then looks over at the crowd of people who is then gathering, waits a couple seconds, and then starts to drag Gore towards you guys. Alright, okay, everybody, get the shit, we gotta go, we gotta leave. Those people are freaky!
With Gore's help, she will carry Syphael.
Okay.
And try to find, a place to disappear.
Yes. Jen begins to lead you back through what is now partially the rubble of the castle and over towards the side where the remnants of the wall that were there that Gore had busted up are just scattered about, and she leads you back down into the alleyways of the city before she turns around. Okay, sorry, just real quick, one more question before we, start fucking booking it or whatever with this not quite dead person. Where the fuck are we going? Any ideas, or do we need to come up with one?
Crank noodles.
Gore. Where the Cabochon needs to go, is it off the continent? Or is it on this continent?
It is here for the moment. But we need it first.
Okay, well, we're gonna come back to that in a minute when this guy wakes up and we're not hauling around what looks like a dead body. So, I don't know who the fuck Crank Noodles is, but we're gonna go there.
She takes a minute at this point to kind of lower Syphael back toward the ground, and she's going to use her entire lay on hands pool to give him back 20 hit points.
Okay. Okay.
And as he's gaining consciousness, she just kind of whispers to him, I've got you, he's got you, she's got you.
You see he starts to come to consciousness, now able to slightly hold his weight, though he does not look good. And you can see kind of the flickering of consciousness in his eyes. He is now awake, he can now partially hold his weight and walk, but he will definitely need help to do so. There is definitely something else that is going on right now.
She will carry him.
Okay, so just point me where to go and we'll get there. because we need to get the fuck out of here.
Arathar starts walking.
Okay. You all begin... Sorry, yes.
It's the tavern where you smashed the glass and told us to fucking scatter.
Oh, the crappy one. Okay. And then she takes off with Arathar forward. You all begin to start winding your way through the city. I'm going to turn back on the not battle theme and just the regular theme for a second as we wind down. If I can fucking find it. There it is. As we wind down this session. Arathar and Jen begin to lead through the city, winding through the back alleys, and finally making your way away, far away from the rubble that the castle now stands in. On the horizon, in the distance, now under the clearing sky, you can see bits of magic, bits of energy, those same almost beam-like lights of people arriving and disappearing again in the distance. Syphael cannot hold himself up very well, though he continues to walk and lean on you, Dodie, as he is nearly silent. You as well notice that after a moment of holding the purple crystal violin in his hands, you watch it slowly start to turn back into energy and then disappear into his palms.
That's so sexy.
You continue forward before eventually making it to the Tin Cask Tavern, far away from the absolute nightmare that was taking place up on the castle hill. And as you do so, you can see the light is on inside. The side door, of course, as it normally is closed, and the front door is slightly propped open by what looks like one half of a brick.
Yeah.
Jen throws open the door and just walks inside and ushers the rest of you in. You can hear clanging from back in the back of the kitchen for a moment before a very familiar-looking tabaxi props open the door for a second, stares at the rest of you, goes, and motions up towards the stairwell that and the room that Arathar used to inhabit, and just kind of waves you off, throws a handful of noodles onto the counter, and then disappears back into the kitchen.
Straight upstairs.
Mm-hmm.
You all...
Or on the way... Gore on the way will grab a handful of noodles and just dump them in his mouth.
Yeah, good little snack. Good little post-workout snack. Just dumping them in your mouth. I need you to know, they are just like plain boiled spaghetti noodles.
These are sticky.
You all make your way upstairs, kind of gathering yourselves in the small, what used to be a storage room and is now kind of halfway become a living space. The small window is still covered and closed along the top of the room, and Arathar's pin board, the pins are still left in there, and everything is about how you left it, including the small mat like bed across in the corner. Jen walks in with the rest of you, closes the door behind it, and immediately walks over, taking out a strange-looking bit of flint and steel that is all kind of packaged into one thing, and starts to spark it and light the candles and the sconces in the room. She is vibrating with energy right now, and she takes out another piece of gum, pops it in her mouth, and immediately starts blowing bubbles.
Jen? She kind of gets Syphael and like sits with him in a corner, kind of supporting his head on her shoulder. How long have you known magic?
Probably started fucking around with it when I was like 15.
Are you self-taught? Do you have an education?
Well, I didn't never really go to real school. I was more, I guess, like homeschooled for like
But you're
all
a wizard.
education. No, I just pick up a couple things here and there. Anyway, do you want a piece of gum? I'm like so running on adrenaline right now.
Okay.
Erithar and Gore, you step into the room as well as Jen begins to light the candles, and I'm assuming sit down for a moment of rest. Yes?
I don't think he can sit down.
Okay.
I think he's standing out.
Erithar is standing in front of the door, in part of the shadow that's not covered by the light of the sconces that Jen starts to light. As Gore, you sit down to rest yourself for a moment. Through the window, you can see, now that the clouds in the sky have started to dissipate, you can see the setting sun as well. The bits of orange and purple and red that are trailing off the sky begin to seep in through the window, casting warm shadows across the strange chamber. Gore, you sit down, resting your elbows on your knees for a moment, looking down at the ground as everything starts to settle. Syphael leans his head against Dodie and starts to kind of like gasp against the air, somewhat out of breath, as Erithar kind of paces in place, as Jen starts to go through her little bag of candy that she apparently pulls out from one of her pockets and starts to sort through the candy. Gore, you take a moment, feeling your breathing start to return to normal, and the strain in your muscles return. The wraps on your hands have nearly been annihilated. They're covered in soot and bits of broken stone and blood from probably a couple different people. And as you sit down, as the day starts to become night and the party is finally at rest for a moment, a single red wax seal appears at your feet. And that's where we're going to end the session tonight.
God damn it.
Welcome to the first of Ostalik in the morning.
You made him look at her! Disgusting!
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. I hope that was as eventful as I found it for you guys. But
Yes.
good job, everyone. I know that was quite a long fight, but you guys did so well. And you managed to get out of that with Syphael not dead.
Yeah.
Everything about that whole sequence made me want to scream.
Made you want to jump in the Fishman's River?
It made me want to jump in the Fishman's River and answer his questions.
Following a frog that seems to ribbit at you and lead you in.
Oh my god. Remember? Stop it, you! I will tell you guys what Rocky texted me as soon as the stream is off. But remember when I very specifically said, I know of one angel in your world and I don't want him anywhere near her creation? This is worse somehow.
Why are you smiling?
Why are you smiling?
Stop it! I know he said that you low-key kind of want to work with him a little bit, but maybe not.
I changed my mind.
The second he popped up, you were like, no. Love it. Oh, that kind. Oh, he looks fake. He's
like a Barbie doll, but worse somehow.
Yeah.
He's like a Dollar Tree Barbie doll.
Yeah, a sinister one that comes with a curse.
Yeah.
Okay. I think we're gonna do stickers now and probably rant about things, and I'm gonna put more songs on the Syphael playlist because you guys got him out of the mirror.
I've put 5 new songs on her playlist for this session.
Good. Yes. Absolutely. Alright, and we will pick up next time with the start of possibly a new era with Erithar pacing, Gore finding a little red wax seal, and Syphael not being dead but having a hard time. So,
Yeah.
I think that's where we'll end it. So, I'm tired now.
Yeah. I'm hungry. I haven't eaten in hours.
Yes, okay. Bye to the stream. Bye.